Alright, what is up everybody? Welcome back to the channel, and this time I'm playing something completely different. Given that it is April Fool's Day, I figured I'd check out something that's kind of weird, kind of silly, and very much unique. It's basically, this is like a kind of a graphic novel, I guess you could call it. So we're going to see what this game is about. I've actually heard that it's surprisingly good. It's got a lot of really good ratings on it. And we're going to see what this game is all about. Angels with Scaly Wings. Let's check it out. So this is an indie game. This is available on every platform: Switch, PC, Xbox, PlayStation. It's available everywhere. So if it's at all interesting to you, go ahead and check it out. We're an ambassador, okay? Teleported to a strange land. Something's off with this place. Was the dude murdered? Hey, what's up, Isaac? The people who keep them. So there's some kind of like secrets going on here. There's like, I think there's like a total of 13 different endings for this game, so. And I know pretty much nothing about it. But it's time to check out something different. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what the options we have here. Got music in the game. For some reason that's off by default. It's weird. Why did it turn that off? Oh, there we go. Text. So we've got an option for change the text speed, auto forward time. Just leave that at the default. I don't really understand what exactly that's going to do. Got a gallery of some sort, so I guess you unlock pictures or something over time. I'm not really sure. Just go ahead and start it. See what happens here. Detecting user profile. User profile not found. Yes, that's because I've never played this before. Please enter a name. Okay, we'll just go with Prince. Choose a color. Gray, green, yellow, red, or blue. A color for what exactly? We'll just go with the first one, blue, I guess. Does this look alright? It looks fine. I guess that's just your user interface color. Before we start, please review the following information. Use A to advance text and select menu options. The start button basically brings up the menu. Press LB to review past messages and rewind. You can actually rewind the game. Huh. Well, that's different. Okay. Press RB to toggle skipping, and then the select button hides the text window. If you wish to view this information again, you can do so from the main menu. That would be all. That will be all, you mean? The year is 20XX. Well, that's my favorite year, 20XX. Alright, we live in a year that doesn't exist. Only recently has humanity discovered a portal that leads into a different world, populated with a race of intelligent talking dragons. I was one of the few to travel to this world. But maybe I should start at the beginning. It all began when we discovered a strange device in the middle of nowhere during one of our expeditions, a portal. Alright, what is this, something out of Star Trek? I had heard about similar technology before, though that had been more on an experimental level. From what I knew, other portals had been created in the past and were under consideration for mass application. As for this one in particular, though, we did not know who had built it, nor when or why we found it in the wilderness where we did. What was more exciting to us was the fact that it was functional. After our first test, we found there was someone else on the other side who was in possession of a similar portal, and our attempts at communication through letters were successful. But in the end, the machine's extraordinary demand for power meant we needed to act quickly, as we wouldn't be able to keep the portal open much longer. When we made this known to the other side, we received a very unexpected reply, a letter of invitation. After some deliberation, it was decided to accept their hospitality and send a person to the other side. There was an individual who took the job almost immediately. Random gray guy, okay. Raza? I don't even know how to pronounce that. I knew him, or rather had known him. We attended the same school back then and even had a few classes together. We never really were very close friends, but we talked to each other occasionally and hung around with the same crowd sometimes. However, we still went our separate ways in the end. I wasn't sure what to think about the whole thing. We had to have known what he was doing. He certainly was brave, either that or just very, very foolish. While I wasn't sure which, his courage was applauded by others. After all, he couldn't possibly have known who or what could await him at the other end of the portal, and if he did meet someone there, who knew what kinds of intentions they might have. Not that any speculation on our part would have made a difference. When the day finally came, through he went, with applause echoing across the area, equipped only with the clothes he wore, his multi-tool, a gun, and a device on his wrist that acted as a PDA. Then we waited. The crowd that was applauding him slowly dispersed when the enthusiasm died down, as there was nothing for us to do but wait and speculate. Approximately 8 hours later, we received our first message from him. While we had assumed the portal led to another in a different country or maybe on a different continent, the reality turned out to be much more foreign. The situation he described to us was so outlandish that we initially took it as a joke. Yes, an April Fool's joke. A very bad joke, maybe, with even worse timing and no punchline at all. It soon became clear to us, though, that we may just have made one of the most important discoveries since the dawn of mankind. Finding the portal had been remarkable in and of itself, but this took to a completely different level. From what he described about the place, or more accurately, its inhabitants, we summarized it could not be part of Earth at all. We called them dragons, because according to Raza, that's what they were, or at least what they resembled most. Even though we found it hard to believe, it had been these dragons who sent us all the letters, and what Raza found on the other side of the portal was a whole civilization of them. They could talk, write books, and had buildings and electricity. In many ways, their society was actually very similar to our own. So who were they? And where was this place? Could they be aliens? Our speculations led us to conclude otherwise. After all, we knew about the existence of thousands of planets, millions of light years away, that may have been theoretically inhabitable. Yet even then, we had never found conclusive proof in regards to actual alien life forms. Some people brought up quantum mechanics and parallel universes, but in the end, all of this was just conjecture and an ultimately fruitless endeavor, since neither had the means nor the resources to explore these possibilities in greater detail. I think there's just one more thing worth mentioning before I move on. The previous isolation had been mutual. They hadn't known about any other intelligent life form beyond their own. Their portal had only recently been discovered and was a technology previously unknown to them. And just as we had myths about dragons, they had myths about us. That was what we knew about them so far, and as interesting as learning these things and debating their cultural significance was, we didn't really know what we should make of it all. Raza apparently was sure of what he was doing, though he eventually let us know that they had agreed on a trade. We were to give them a few of our PDA devices, which contained vast amounts of knowledge, dwarfing that of encyclopedias. In return, they would supply us with generators. Overall, they didn't seem as technologically advanced as we had been, but they did surpass us in that one aspect. Their means of generating energy seemed sustainable. Not only that, but evidently also quite efficient. We certainly would be able to put technology like that to good use, and trading mere past knowledge of the human race for something more tangible was a good call on his part. Holy shit, that was a lot to read. There's more. That was where I came in. My prior experience in both biology and psychology made me a good fit to deliver our PDA devices for the trade, and while in the Dragon's world, waiting for the prototypes of our generators to be manufactured by them, I would act as an ambassador on humanity's behalf. What a way to make a first impression by a display of mutual goodwill. Everyone benefits and everyone goes home happy. All is well. At least, that was the plan. Despite the images that living, talking dragons might conjure up in some people's minds, I didn't even think of bringing a weapon myself, considering that they were reportedly friendly and peaceful enough. There was no need for me to fear potential ill intentions like Raza did when he had stepped into unknown territory, and acting as humanity's ambassador, I had to do my best to uphold a high standard in fostering this diplomatic relationship. When the time came for me to step through the portal, all my mental preparedness vanished. My anxiousness was fueled by all the questions lurking in my head, just as the machine started to do its work. Would it hurt? Who would I meet on the other side? What if they really weren't so friendly and just made Raza write those letters with the pretense of appearing friendly, only to lure us into the den of man-eating monsters and certain doom, with us ending up as nothing more than a tasty afternoon snack? Maybe I should have brought a weapon after all. Suddenly, I felt a shiver coursing through my whole body and beyond when I disintegrated as if every cell, every atom of my body was torn from me and pulled into a different direction. I saw darkness and light, painting patterns in the stars as I traveled, and images rapidly flashed before me of things unseen and unspoken, both horrifying and beautiful. It was an experience unlike any other, yet over in just a split second. Then it was dark. I could only see a patch of lighter color contrasting with its dark surroundings as my vision started to clear. Its edges got sharper as the patch of light slowly took shape, giving me the distinguished outline of a reptilian head and an array of horns spouting from it. What the hell? It's Spyro. No, I'm just kidding. It was a dragon, and as I could now see, a dragon who had not only had a pair of round glasses but also wore a burgundy tie around its neck. In the name of our people, I bid you welcome. If I may introduce myself, I am Remy, your guide and ambassador, a representative of our council. The dragon spoke. It was one thing to have heard and read about this, but something else entirely to have one standing in front of me in flesh and blood and tongue. It was good that all my mental preparedness had disappeared when I was teleported, because nothing could have prepared me for this. Sorry, I imagine you might still feel the effects of the teleportation. Drowsiness or weakness is not unusual, as is fainting and spoutiness, emptying of your bowels, bladder, or stomach. How do you feel? Rendered speechless, I had totally forgotten that I was shouldering the burden of representing my people to them as well. So much for being professional, but at least he gave me a good excuse for my blunder. I think I'm alright. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Maybe we should go before it gets too dark. Come with me, please. So I followed the dragon, not staying too far from him, as the sun had already departed for the day and the remaining light diminished by the minute. It's getting hard to see where I'm going. Sorry about that, but we had a good reason to schedule your arrival like this. We did not want to be ambushed by a crowd, so we had to keep your exact time and date of arrival secret. Thanks. I suppose an event like this would make me a celebrity of sorts. It would be the same if one of you came to us. That's quite an understatement. Some people here are rather superstitious. They might regard you or any of your kind as divine, I suppose. So basically, they pretty much feel the same way about each other. Really? How so? We do have certain myths that involve humans, and as such, oh, I suppose the history lesson will have to wait for another time. Here we are. By this point, it had gotten so dark that I could barely make out the building before us. I briefly wondered whether they might have streetlights elsewhere, or if they just did not require any due to possible enhanced eyesight or night vision. I could vaguely see the dragon, his light color still visible within the blackness that engulfed the area, rear up and manipulate the door handle with one of his forepaws. So wait a minute, they have houses just like the humans? Hinges creaking, the door opened, and with the flick of a switch the apartment was flooded with light, blinding me after all the time we had just spent without it. This is where you will live for the time being. It is fully stocked, but in case you need something else, or in case you need anything else, I left you a note with a few phone numbers. It is getting rather late, so I'll have to take my leave now. In any case, someone will come and meet you tomorrow morning. Thank you, Remy. Have a good night. Until we meet again. With a nod, Remy left the apartment, mindful enough to close the door behind himself. Surveying the room, I considered the events that had just transpired as my gaze met the window. I could see movement outside, and as I draw nearer, startled, I could hear footsteps in the grass, moving away quickly, assuming it must have been the dragon I just met. I thought nothing of it as I went to bed and slowly succumbed to the sweet allure of sleep overdue. I spent a few moments thinking about my role, my mission, and what it meant to be here now. I felt the responsibility placed on my shoulders. I was eager for the adventure to come. Okay. Okay. This is my first choice. Okay. So, I can basically decide how I feel about this. I guess I'm eager to see the adventure. So many possibilities and prospects raced through my mind. Truth be told, the thought of being able to meet an entirely new species and civilization excited me, as I was going to be one of the first to truly experience their society with its own little quirks, differences, and similarities. I couldn't help but feel like some sort of modern Vasco da Gama or Marco Polo. Maybe I would even write a book about the whole experience after it's over. I was sure it would become a hit, all things considered. At any rate, this is going to be fun. Take a drink of my tea after all that. Shit, that was a lot to read. So, this game is split up into chapters, okay? Inception. Chapter 1. I awoke from uneasy dreams looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. Just for a moment, I wondered where I was before the events of last night all came back to me. After a good stretch, I looked around the room, illuminated by the sunlight coming in from the window. Outside, in the distance, the portal I had emerged from probably stood on the peak of a small hill. Getting ready, I noticed something lying on the table. It was the note Remy had left for me, in case I needed anything, along with his own home phone and work number. There were also some numbers for delivery of food and other necessities, as well as emergency and even janitorial services. He had certainly thought of everything, even though I now had to wonder what a dragon plumber might look like. My musings were interrupted when the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I was met by another dragon. Who the hell is this? Hello, you must be Prince. I'm Sebastian, and I'll be your escort, or security, I suppose. Usually I work for the police, though. Nice to meet you. He seemed a lot smaller than Remy, and when he somewhat nervously extended his arm towards me, I noticed he apparently only walked on his hind legs, the two forelimbs instead having distinct arms, hands, and fingers. Alright, let's shake his hand. When I took his hand into mine to shake it gently, I could feel the individual bumps and scales on his rough skin. Nice to meet you too, Sebastian. So, where are you taking me? Straight to business, eh? We're going to visit the plant where they are making your generators. They have some news for you, or so I've heard. Reza will be there too. Sounds great. Just follow me. While we walked, I was under the impression we were purposefully avoiding the busier parts of the town, instead straying towards the edges and small alleys as to not garner too much attention. Even then, we got the occasional stare. After just a couple of minutes, we arrived at our destination, where we were met by Raza, as well as yet another dragon, a vicious-looking beast that didn't stay too close to him. Okay. Who the hell is this? Raza, long time no see. How true that is. Good to finally see another human face around here. What a coincidence to have you, of all people, show up. Yeah, I guess those degrees aren't so useless after all. By the way, who's your friend? Just my bodyguard, same as yours. Don't bother with him. He doesn't talk much. He looks grumpy. That's what he always looks like, and yes, that does mean he's always grumpy. The two dragons exchanged a few words, and as I met the gaze of the larger Tenboris dragon a few paces from us, Sebastian turned towards me and spoke up again. Hey, Prince, this is Maverick. Nice to meet you. Yeah, whatever. Just don't expect me to give you any special treatment like everyone else is, and we'll be good. What are you talking about? So you're saying you haven't noticed the stairs and how they all treat you like you're the next messiah or something? No, I just thought... We're not the ones making a big deal out of this, you are. We're just here to get what we agreed on, and then we'll be gone. If anything, I'd actually prefer if you left us alone, but you're the one who insists on following me around wherever I go. Nekral escaped the darker dragon's trembling lips as he bared his teeth at Reza. Alright, that's quite enough. Let's just all go inside already, shall we? After you. The crisis was quickly averted as we entered the building, which was characterized by its many floors, high ceilings, and long, narrow hallways as Sebastian led us to our destination. There you are, I was waiting for you. Wait a minute, I thought we were going to meet the guys from production. What are you doing here? They're only coming in later today, so you'll just have to make do with me. I see. Well, Prince, this is Anna. She kinda manages this building, though she's more involved with the research wing rather than production and engineering. Nice to meet you. My pleasure. I have something for you, by the way. It'll take them a while to make all the generators we promised, but we got one here for you. Feel free to send it home and give it a test. It's great, I'll take it. Looks a little small if you ask me. Don't underestimate its power. Oh, and do be careful not to drop it. Sure, I'll be waiting outside while you do your thing, Prince. I suppose I'll wait for you outside as well. What thing? Oh, have you brought the PDA? Of course, here you go. Alright, now to give this thing a test run. The PDA lit up as her hand swiftly moved around its interface in calculated motions. By the way, would you consider letting me run some tests on you as well? It would only take a drop of your blood. What? Why? I work in biology, so obviously this kind of thing would be very interesting to us. I'd share the results with you, of course. Alright. Great. He was quick to produce a small device from a drawer, which from a glance reminded me a lot of a test tube. Now, if you'd give me your hand, please. As I reached out to her, she took my hand into hers before she pressed the device into the back of my hand. I winced as pain jolted through my hand. Something sharp drove itself through my skin, and shortly afterwards, a droplet of blood was sucked into the tube attached to the small needle. Thanks. You're welcome? You gave Anna your blood. Alright. Looks like your PDA is good. Oh, I got an achievement for that. Seriously? Blood donation. Give Anna your blood. Oh, there you go. First achievement for this. Looks like your PDA is good, by the way. So we're just about done here. And since we're both in biology, it could be interesting if you want to meet me some other time as well. Here's my number. Alright? See you soon. Wow, that was interesting. Did she ask you for your blood too? Yeah. Did you give it to her? Yes. Oh, well, it's your choice. We've got no idea what they might do with it, though. I'm getting hungry. How about some breakfast? I'm all for it. I can't stand early mornings like this. That shouldn't be a problem. There's a cafe not far from here. What do you say? I wouldn't mind to grab a bite myself. That settles it then. Luckily for us, the cafe was mostly empty when we arrived, as it was still pretty early in the day. Reza was quick to lead me to the table for two, prompting the dragons to get one of their own at the other side of the restaurant. Ah, finally, I can't stand that guy being on my tail all the damn time. Say it's for our own security. It does seem rather strange that they need someone following us everywhere, or maybe he just likes you a lot. Yeah, they say it's for our own security. I'm very much aware that is what they're saying. We were approached by an individual who appeared to be the waitress of the cafe. She was an interesting-looking dragon who, unlike the others I had seen so far, was more akin to a wyvern, possessing two rather large wings as her forelimbs, which resembled those of an oversized bat. Oh, it's the humans. You were able to correctly identify your species based on what we look like? Congratulations. Wait, where? Oh, it's a dragon. I'm gonna go with, oh, it's a dragon. That's a good one. Welcome to our establishment. My name's Adine, and I'll be your waitress today. What can I bring you to? What is today's special? Yeah, me too. Just make it quick. Sure thing. 2 specials coming right up. So what do they eat? I would think they'd probably want to eat humans. That's today's special. I'm actually going to end up on the menu. As I was saying, if you look at the big picture, don't you think there's just something off about this whole place? Where is it, really? Is this supposed to be a completely separate place from Earth, or even a different dimension? Some things just don't add up. Don't you think so too? Let me just grab my tinfoil hat really quick. Yeah, I've noticed it too, or I'm not sure. I've noticed it too. I can't really say much more with you. You know who over there. He's probably listening to us right now. Yeah, he's a charming fellow. He doesn't seem so bad to me, or what a creep. He doesn't seem so bad to me. When I let my gaze wander, I saw that Maverick was looking in my direction. Our eyes met briefly, his expression not showing any... Oh my god, these people are constantly inviting me now. His expression not showing any discernible emotion, while I wondered whether it had just been a coincidence or if he really was able to hear us from the distance. I do have some theories, and if I'm right, we might be in trouble. What kind of trouble? What are you talking about? Shh, be quiet. I'll let you know more as soon as I can. But for now, let's just play along. After all, we already have one of these babies. He patted the generator's box for emphasis. God knows we need them. Oh, there she comes. Female returned, astounding me with her ability to balance the dishes on the edges of her wings. She placed her forelimb on the table and proceeded to move the dishes from her wing to us with a gentle push of her snout. There you go. Watch out. It's hot. No, shoe, scaly face. Wow, that's mean. Say nothing. I'm gonna say thanks. You're welcome. Apparently today's special consisted of an odd-looking fish of some sort. I was a little hesitant to try it, but considering the steam coming from it, it was probably better to wait a few minutes anyway. When the waitress brought out meals to the 2 dragons across the cafe and exchanged a few words with them, Raza leaned forward and whispered something to me. I'll send you a letter with a coded message later. You'll know what to do. Reza rose from his seat before he made it known to me that he still had a few things to do and left the restaurant, followed shortly after by the larger of the 2 dragons. But you haven't even touched your fish. I wasn't in a hurry, so I spent a few more minutes in contemplation while I looked out the window. Not that this whole situation was already bizarre enough, there was also now the sense of danger conveyed by Raza's earlier words. I did not even have an idea what kind of threat might be lurking out there. Eventually, I took a bite of my somewhat unusual breakfast. While I already thought the smell was quite peculiar, the taste had been even worse. I imagined it might be the kind of delicacy that had an acquired taste, one that I certainly hadn't acquired yet. I decided to get outside before it was too late. Are you done? Sure am. How do you like it? I'll just say it's probably not for me. And you wouldn't be the only one to say that. You better wait outside, just in case it decides to come up again. We tried the odd-looking fish. Bravery. Order the daily special. I stepped outside, taking in the scenery of this strangely familiar world. In the short time I was here, I had already found the similarities between their world and our own utterly fascinating. After all, we were talking about an unmapped place with a never-before-seen form of life. As far as discoveries were concerned, even something as simple as a new unicellular organism or even bacteria would have been remarkable. Yet here I was standing in the middle of a village, evidently built by this race of intelligent talking dragons with a society not unlike our own. Raza didn't seem to share the same interests and instead was more smitten with the generator, but given our reasons for coming here in the first place, I couldn't blame him for his enthusiasm being focused on something else. So I'm wondering, is this like the same planet in a different dimension, or is this like a different planet altogether, a different galaxy? Like, that's what I'm wondering, like, where exactly this is at. Anyway, my thoughts were interrupted as something suddenly zipped past me just a little too close, causing me to stumble back. It was a rather small dragon with a bag clamped in its maw, who apparently had somewhere to be. Why are they running? Can't they fly? I regained my footing and watched as it disappeared into the distance. Even though I had seen enough dragons to recognize their variations in size, color, and other attributes, I guess this one must have been a juvenile of its species. Shortly afterwards, Sebastian joined me outside, having taken care of the tab. I gave her a generous tip on your behalf. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, as long as I don't have to pay the bill. Actually, I do, or how nice of you. How nice of you. In any case, now that you've given us the PDA and Raza has the generator, you're free for today, so if you want to go anywhere in particular, let me know, or I could show you around town. I was tempted to be given a tour, but considering Raza's words, I wanted to be careful and not stray too far without knowing more about this world first. I think I'll stay home for today. I still have to get used to everything, you know? I'll just accompany you back then. There we are. Home sweet home, for now at least. Well, if you need anything, I'll be outside until my shift ends. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, see you tomorrow. See ya! I hadn't really looked at the apartment much, so I spent the rest of the day investigating it and relaxing. I considered checking out some of the phone numbers Remy had left me, but I thought it was better to keep a low profile for now. I found the kitchen fully stocked with plenty of groceries, though the variety was wasted on me. I hadn't been a particularly great cook in the first place, but what was more, I didn't even recognize some of the things I found there. Whether they were edibles that we had back home that I just didn't know about, or something completely alien, I wasn't sure, but I didn't want to take the risk of eating anything I didn't know. After all, it was possible that some of the comestibles might be fine for them to eat, but still be poisonous to us. I gotta take a drink real quick. I was also glad to find a shelf that was filled to the brim with a variety of books. While I found the subject matter of man, myth, or reality to be quite intriguing, I had to give up after just a few pages due to its exceptionally dry writing style, which I wasn't inclined to enjoy at the moment. In the end, I settled for an adventure novel about a dragon archaeologist who stumbles upon the remains of a long-lost human civilization, after which she is hunted by an evil organization who wants to use the found magical artifacts for its own nefarious purposes. While entertaining, I had to admit that it reminded me a little too much of the trashy novels we had at home. I certainly found it amusing that certain tropes were not really unique to us as a species, though I wondered whether this kind of literature had fallen into disfavor here as it had back where I had come from. I was reading a particularly exciting scene in which the hero, Churdin, uses one of the magical artifacts shaped like a pair of human hands holding a scepter with with a globe at the top to prevent herself from being crushed and ground into a bloody pulp by an ancient human temple's moving walls when I suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Who the hell is this? Delivery person? Dragon? Whatever you want to call it. Hello there! Would you please sign here? I'm not signing away my rights with this, am I? I've got a letter for you that requires signature confirmation. I see. Looking over the clipboard the small dragon was holding up to me, I saw that the sender of the letter in question was Reza. There you go. I'm Lorem, by the way. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions? What is this about? I'm just making small talk. Wait a minute, I recognize you. You tried to do the same thing with Raza. Maybe I should report you to your superiors for your inappropriate behavior towards your clients. But it's important. Please, just let me talk to Prince for a few minutes. You know how it is. If you want an interview with one of the humans, you'll have to get permission from the proper authorities. Help me out here, Prince. As an ambassador, you care about the accurate portrayal of humans in the media, don't you? Then you should talk to me. Otherwise, someone else will fill in the blanks, and who knows what they will come up with. Let me show you something. The small dragon opened his bag, rummaging through a number of letters and small packages. Huh, I think I lost it. Anyway, I wanted to show you some pictures of what people think humans look like. On some of them, they have like 4 heads and look nothing like you. It's crazy. What are you, Lorem? A reporter? No, I'm just... You want me to remove him, Prince? What he's saying true? Yeah, I guess. I see. That sounds pretty interesting now. Alright, you can leave your number here and maybe I'll call you later, but that's all I can promise. Thank you so much! He quickly produced a small sheet of paper and scribbled his number on it. Afterwards, he sheepishly presented it with both hands. Alright, you got what you wanted. Off you go now. Eee! Sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I guess that should be all. I'll see you tomorrow then. Right. With all the commotion, I almost forgot that I was still holding Reza's letter. Within the plain envelope was a similarly plain sheet of paper with his handwriting. When I started reading, however, I saw that his wording was so full of the pleasantries I knew he hated that I assumed every word of it was faked as to conceal its true intent. He did mention I'd know what to do, but I was unsure of how I was supposed to decode the letter's secret message. I didn't remember ever having a conversation about this topic with him, yet he still relied on me to remember whatever it was that I was missing, or he thought I would just be able to figure it out on my own. This is what it said. Hello, my dear friend. I hope this letter reached you swiftly and in good condition. Unfortunately, we were not able to catch up earlier, so I wanted to write you this letter. How have you been these last few years? What have you been doing? How's the family? I feel like there is so much we should talk about, since we have not seen each other much recently. At least we have a chance to do so in this form. Quite an exciting venture we are on now, right? How have you liked it here so far? Made any dragon friends yet? Haha. Anyways, I will be looking forward to your reply soon. Best regards, Raza. Various things came to my mind. Only reading certain words or letters was one that I thought of immediately, but I couldn't make out anything after trying to find a system within its array of letters and lines. Maybe I had to look more carefully. Maybe you need to read between the lines. Lines, of course. Maybe I was supposed to read between them. I didn't have an implement on me with which I would have been able to read fine print, though with this handwritten letter, I doubted Raza could have done anything of the sort. Look elsewhere. Or maybe he referred to the fact that we were both given an apartment, considering the things they provided for us. Maybe I just had to find the right object to decode the message. There were many everyday items here, though, and of course I still had no idea what in particular I was looking for. Look at the bookshelf. The bookshelf was stocked with quite a variety of books on different topics. Maybe look behind the books. Maybe Reza left me another message here at some point. He could have known that I was going to live here, so I suppose it is possible that he helped me with the preparations and hid something for me to find. No, even after removing every single book from the shelf, there is still no indicator of anything that would help me decode his secret message. But even if Reza did leave a hint, this could have been anywhere in the apartment and not just on the bookshelf. Yeah, I don't think that's... Well, I don't think he'd hide anything in the bathroom. Why would he do that? What about the kitchen? This isn't getting me anywhere. How the heck am I supposed to know? Oh, look in the pantry. There's some fruits and veggies in here. What should I look at? There's... Oh my goodness. What about the fridge? What's in the fridge? Plenty of stuff in here. Meat, milk. Crack open an egg and look inside. What the hell? Examine an unlabeled container. What's in the unlabeled container? It's an unlabeled container with some sort of white liquid inside. Well, here goes nothing. It's salty. He drank a mystery liquid. I didn't want him to drink it. Why would you drink something you don't even know what it is? What? Alright, crack open an egg and look inside. Nope, just a regular egg. Wow, imagine. We'll crack open another one and look inside that one. Alright, this is silly. Let's go back. Alright, what's in the bathroom? Look inside the cabinet. No razors. There are some pain meds, though. I'm gonna need some pain meds after drinking that mysterious liquid. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but here we go. Okay. Inside the shower. Ha, no shampoo to be found anywhere, of course. And no hint either, just some body wash. That's the only thing in there. Take some more. We need more pain meds, and we need some alcohol to go along with it. Feeling strange. Take some more. It can't hurt because they're pain meds. That's right. That's right. Well, that's the end of the game. We killed ourselves. Alright. How long was I gone, and why did I think eating a whole bottle of pain medication would somehow help with my search? You took some pain medication. This is not a good idea. We have to keep doing this, though. Alright, well, what about an individual book? This is the only thing I haven't tried yet. Maybe it has something to do with the books. The shelf is full of them, but I suppose the hint could be hidden inside one of them. Oh boy, alright. Assault of the humanoids from outer space, what the hell? Alright, what about this one? Iconic desire. I was so young and naive back then. Barely having reached the age at which the arduous process of finding a mate, settling down, and starting a family became expected. Yet none of my peers interested myself. They were childish and crude and uncultured. I was lost in a sea of uncertainty, drifting, hoping to be found by the one day. And then I did. How fast time flies when you're happy. I can't believe this was just 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago I found the one, my truest soulmate there ever could be. Like a wrecking ball, he came out of nothing, breaking all the barriers and entered my life. 2 weeks ago, I was nothing. Today, I'm the happiest dragon alive. Who knew that out of all the people alive, it only took the right one to right life itself? Who knew that to meet the perfect one, the only thing you needed was... I don't think there's anything in here. And who let this mess ever get to print? Sheesh. Alright. About the sphere. Is a manual meant for the general populace, the booklet intends to bring you, the valued reader, closer to the users and joys an Oxyman sphere might bring. I have taken utmost care to use simple language and instructions to remove the well-known barrier between individuals and knowledge of proper use of the most wondrous device. For interested parties, a chapter about the Oxyman sphere's history and ideas for advanced applications can be found later in the book. Quick start guide. Step 1. Place your Oxyman sphere on a flat, stable surface. What are we, like this like on a Ouija board or some shit? Expert tip: use a spirit level in order to determine if a surface is absolutely horizontal in order to prevent the Axeman sphere from rolling off the table unintentionally. Step 2. Plug your Axeman sphere into any fitting household outlet. Warning: make sure the Axeman sphere's power switch is in the off position prior to plugging it in. Step 3. Locate the power switch of the Axeman sphere. This step may introduce some difficulties as many different models of Axeman spheres exist, with varying methods of turning them on and off. When in doubt, please contact your Axeman sphere's manufacturer to help with this step if necessary. Now I know how to work an Axeman sphere, whatever that is. Alright, well, what else can we do here? We're just gonna go one by one. Let's see what happens here. Preface. In the year 1422, since our ascent to sentience, a most extraordinary train of events led to the most extraordinary of circumstances in our politics and society. These events have since been buried in history until I stumbled upon the records of these trunculous times. I have taken it upon myself to dramatize the events in a manner that is both accurate to history as well as entertaining to any reader who might have an interest in such stories. This is not just for my own personal gain, as I hope to make the story available to a larger audience than just a few who have permission to visit the archives. I believe the wisdom to be gained from the ensuing tale to be more relevant to us now than ever. Alright, what about Born to Serve? What about this one? Chapter 1, Rise from the Ashes. From the day I was born, I knew I was destined for greatness. As a member of the Advenian household, nothing less was expected from me. My father, Avden VI, made sure of that. My mother, however, was a worm. Not literally, mind you. She was not some sort of annelid squirming beneath the earth and living in filth. No, she was just what I would describe as the lowest form of life. Not concerning herself with matters of any importance, she instead sought to base her existence on superficialities. Not that it mattered much, as I grew to hate them both equally. For those who may want to critique me now for saying this, I have no doubt of my father's political achievements, yet only those who had to live with him knew that these successes came at the price of his very soul. An empty shell of a dragon driven by nothing but his performance as a politician, not as a father. Jeez. Politician, huh? I wonder what their actual government is like. Alright, well this is the last one, the assault of the humanoids from outer space. Arc 1. It was a dark and stormy night. Relentlessly pouring was the rain outside, periodically interrupted by the loud echo of thunder, again and again. So quick had its roaring staccato become that it almost seemed like someone was pounding against the door. No, someone really was pounding on the door right now. The door swiftly opened, and the moment for which was the house's owner had waited decades finally was here. Not on the field of battle do you meet me, human scum, but in the comforts of my own home do you seek to assassinate me? Feel my wrath. May it lead you to a slow and painful death, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Your resistance will only temper my blade, inferior creature. Taste my blade and die from it. The reply rarely came from the human invader standing within the doorframe. Hero quickly stabbed him with his magic pen, a lethal hit which caused the human invader to slump to the ground instantly, his last words being, "Damn you, Hero. This is not over yet," while he melded into a red bulging up Hero's carpet. Hero looked up into the sky and realized all the thunder and rain had really been the UFOs of the invaders, numerous enough as to rival the raindrops falling from the sky. This is the moment when he knew it was too late. This meant war. Really? An invasion by human aliens? Is that what they think we're like? You read a bunch of books. Okay. What should I... Oh, I actually got an achievement for that too? Seriously? Bookworm. Read a bunch of books. Alright, well, there's nothing else I can do here. We're gonna go all the way back and rewind like this never happened. I don't know what else to do here. Unless I'm... No, I don't think so. I think we did everything, right? Come on. Oh, I can't rewind any further than this, huh? Oh, I can't go back. So there's got to be something here I can do then. Well, then what can we do here? That's the only thing here. This is the only stuff I didn't do, was look at the meat and look at the milk. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do here? Can't rewind any further. Yeah, it won't let me go any further back than this. Shit, it's not even highlighting the, there it goes. So we read all this shit, right? I think we did literally everything. Read all the books. Go through all this stuff again. Just maybe there's something I'm missing. Go through absolutely everything here. And this is where he passes out. There's nothing else to do in the bathroom, so it's got to be something with the kitchen, right? Lemons, of course. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Lemon juice is about the simplest way to write a hidden message using household items. We learn about that in chemistry, in the most boring detail, of course. I did not look at the food. That's technically something I did not do yet. A message written in lemon juice on paper becomes just about invisible to the naked eye when dried. But after heating it gently, oxidation occurs, making the message visible. Is that actually true? I didn't even know that. That just might be crazy enough to actually be true. I wouldn't be surprised. I was sitting next to him in class when we learned that. He made a joke about using the method to cheat on the next test, and I replied by saying he'd have to bring an iron, and he really expected me to remember a random chemistry class that happened years ago. But then I did remember it after all. Meet me at the portal tonight, 10 p.m. was all the message said. I wasted a good amount of time, but I still had some left before I'd have to go out to meet Raza, so I decided to make some lunch. Alright, there we go. So that's what it was. It was the damn lemon. It's like the last thing I would have expected. I would have thought he would have hid like a message somewhere. But no, it literally was like a hidden message. You just had to use the lemon juice. Afterwards, I resumed reading my book about the continuing adventures of Sheridan and her exploits in destroying cultural artifacts. Unsurprisingly, it came to a happy end, with the evil organization stopped in its tracks, at least for now. I thought the ending was deliberately left open for ambiguity, but when I turned the page and saw the advertisement for the next entry in this apparently long-running series of books, I realized all of this had just been a ploy to set up the inevitable sequel. Luckily, the disappointment didn't last long, as I had to get going to meet Raza at the portal. When I got outside, it didn't seem quite as dark as it was when I arrived yesterday. I might have had difficulties finding my way otherwise, but I could still see the portal in the distance. As I was walking, I wondered if anyone was following me, but the land seemed oddly deserted. Was everyone already asleep? So why does he want to meet me all the way out here? Eventually I arrived at my destination. Raza was already standing idly by the portal, his fidgeting making it obvious that he had waited just for me. I was already wondering... Oh, sorry, I had to do the Raza voice. I was already wondering whether you'd get it at all. Yes, I did. What did you expect? Or, well, you didn't make it easy. Yeah, you didn't really make it easy. What a wonderful night it is. Just look up at the stars. You can see them so clearly here, without all the pollution lingering in the air, like back home. Almost as if we were looking right into the face of eternity itself. For so long, humanity thought we'd find aliens out there. Yet after all these years, we found we were still alone in the universe. Turns out we were just not looking in the right place. What's going on, Raza? Why did you call me here at this time? For one, because we're sending the generator home. Right, before I was sent here, they told me they would limit the use of the portal as they couldn't afford to keep it open all the time. In order to keep in contact with us and to enable us to send things over to them, the portal would be open for just a quarter of an hour each day. Sending something back home wasn't really problematic for us, since the high energy expenditure associated with sending bigger objects only affected the sender, not the receiver. However, this also meant that until all business was concluded in regards to our trade with the PDAs and the generators, we were basically stuck here. As for the other, do you know what this place is? You said something about trouble. How much danger are we in, really? More than enough. I'm afraid this whole place will be gone soon, and we better not be here when it happens. What are you talking about? I hoped you'd see it too, but then it took me a while to understand, and I had a head start on you. In any case, while he was speaking, my gaze wandered and fixed on some movement nearby. It was hard to make out anything, but I imagine it might just have been wind blowing through the nearby shrubbery, except for the fact that there was no wind. Raza, this might take a while to explain, but we've got the whole night. Raza, look. He turned around to face whatever I was seeing. He squinted hard before he called out. You! How dare you follow me even here? The disturbance came closer, until it became clear that it was Maverick, who had hidden nearby to listen in on our conversation. I knew you were up to no good. What were you talking about? What are you planning here? Some kind of attack? Wait a minute, there's no reason for... Don't try to deny it. I heard you both talking about it in the cafe, and I saw the letter. You think I couldn't smell the lemon on it? Pathetic. You'll have to come with me to the police station now, both of you. Come on, I think you're overreacting. Oh shit. Raza, what are you doing? Come on, Prince, let's get out of here. In the dragon's side, I could see the wound where the bullet had penetrated his hide, a trickle of blood staining his dark scales and the earth beneath. Raza used the opportunity to run off in some direction. I wasn't sure which. I frantically scanned my surroundings looking for Raza, though he had already vanished into the darkness. What was I supposed to do? Run away as well? Help Maverick? I was just a diplomat, and I had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, the dragon whipped around, hitting me in the gut with his thick tail. I was lifted off the ground briefly before I felt the impact of my body hitting the ground hard enough that my vision blurred almost immediately. A deafening roar battered my ears. Was this his cry for help? I could barely move, but I found it better not to try, as to not startle the wounded dragon more than he already was. It certainly would have ended badly for me if he tried anything. I heard him take a few unsure steps before he lay down on the ground, panting. I'm still watching you, you know. And you better not move, for your own good. If I have to get up again and come after you in this condition, I can promise you, I won't be nice. It took a few minutes of listening to his labored breathing before someone arrived. It was two dragons, the first I recognized as Sebastian, the other one I didn't know. I heard Sebastian and Maverick exchange a few words when his stocky fellow approached me. Oh shit. Is this the police chief? Hey kid, you alright? I think I'm alright. I'm Bryce, the chief of police in this town. Yeah, I was right. Chief of police. Can you tell me what happened? Alright, we can blame... Oh shit, we can blame it on Rosa. Maverick followed us here and tried to apprehend us. Is that so? His face was stern and seemingly lost in thought as I overheard Sebastian's conversation. Yeah, but you're the flyer on duty. We probably won't find him now. Not here in the darkness, at any rate. Well, that's just brilliant. What do you think, Chief? Prince, can you walk? Yeah, I think so. Alright, Sebastian, take Prince to the apartment. Get us some help here for Maverick, and then we'll look for Raza. Right on. Come on, Prince. I'll help you up. I was still shaken up by the events I just witnessed when I arrived at my apartment. Not knowing anything better to do, I soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, I awoke with many questions lingering in my head. I considered calling someone from the police department to ask about Raza and Maverick, but in the end I decided against doing so as I was sure they would contact me if they had anything to tell me. I knew it was no use worrying about it for now, so I settled for starting another book. It didn't take very long, though, before the doorbell rang. Did Bryce, the chief of police, take it upon himself to escort me today? Oh, it's you again. Are you surprised? No, but I guess it'll mean bad news. Afraid so. How are you holding up? Better than yesterday, that's for sure. Let's go for a walk then, shall we? Sure. This time I was taken along a different route than yesterday, and I was quite sure there was more to this than just taking a walk. I'll just go ahead and guess you didn't find Reza. Yeah, we hoped you would have come back on his own by now. Do you have any idea where he might be? Maybe he mentioned some sort of place in particular that holds some meaning to him. No, not really. We didn't get a chance to talk much at all yesterday before... That's that too. I have no idea why it's me talking. I have no idea why Raza would have done anything like that. I had the impression that they weren't very fond of each other, but how is he, by the way? Oh, Maverick is doing fine, but there is plenty of blame to go around. You're right, they didn't particularly like each other. In his statement, Maverick says he suspected Raza of planning some sort of attack. Do you know anything about that? No, he only told me something was going to happen, that he was planning not that he was planning anything, at least that was the impression I got. He's suspecting you too, by the way, that you both planned this all from the beginning. No, that wouldn't make sense. Actually, none of this is making any sense. Why would we go through all the lengths of our agreement only to jeopardize it by doing something like this? You even already have our PDAs, and we don't have much to show for it yet. If we had any nefarious plans, this wouldn't have been a very good idea. You have a good point. I believe you. But from our side, we only have Maverick's word on the whole matter. After all, he was the one who spent the most time with Raza since we arrived here. But even then, he didn't really have any reason to follow you yesterday, and his behavior was completely out of line. I'm just glad you came out fine. If he wasn't on mandatory sick leave, he would be suspended right now. We'll have to wait until this whole thing is over before we decide what to do with him. I can assure you this won't be taken lightly. Maybe they both acted in the heat of the moment. Where I come from, this kind of attack on a diplomat could be classified as an act of war punishable by death, or I hope so. It does kind of seem like they acted in the heat of the moment, doesn't it? I don't want to basically assume like, oh, you should just kill him. I'm gonna kind of play it neutral here. Maybe they both acted in the heat of the moment. Maybe. We still got quite a lot on our hands now, though. We have a wounded dragon and a missing human. That could lead to a diplomatic crisis. Maybe Raza will still show up soon and we can get all of this behind us. I hope so too. I really wouldn't want to jeopardize everything over this unfortunate incident. Yeah, how about we both just keep quiet about this whole thing for now? After all, I don't think any of us wants our people panicking about this already, right? I merely nodded in agreement. Eventually, we arrived at the police station, where the chief took my formal statement in regards to yesterday's events. He asked me about Raza and Maverick too, not that I knew much of anything that preceded yesterday's events or the mysterious catastrophe Raza had mentioned. Afterwards, he thanked me and left to file my statement while I sat by his table, waiting and listening to the going-ons of this small provincial town police department. When he returned, he was approached by someone who seemed to have urgent news. A lot of talking between the two ensued that I couldn't make out from my position. This went on for a bit until Bruce returned to me. Oh shit. Afraid I have more bad news for you. Raza has now officially become a murder suspect. Murder? We're headed to the crime scene, and I'd hope you come with us. Me? A crime scene? I don't really know much about forensics. It's just that you're the only link to Raza we have. Consider what he said would happen to us. It's in all of our interests that we find him as soon as possible, and if he has anything to do with it, you might be able to help us find him. Your cooperation would certainly be appreciated, and it would be a nice gesture to show that you are trustworthy in the eyes of those who might think otherwise after what happened yesterday. Will you help us? You can either decline or agree. Alright, I'll agree. I suppose I don't really have much choice here, but you're right. We've got to find Raza, and if that's what it takes, then I'll do it. Very well, let us go then. On our way to the crime scene, he tried to prepare me for what would come. I had studied biology, so I was familiar with the sight of dead animals. Asking myself how similar this would be, I wondered if my reaction would be any different if it wasn't a dragon, but a human corpse I would be seeing. When we arrived, we were met by Sebastian, who gave us an overview of the whole situation. This morning, the victim was found by a delivery flyer for a restaurant. Blood loss from multiple wounds are the likely cause of death. Forensics was already here, so feel free to poke around. A few paces in front of us, the unfortunate victim lay on the ground, covered by a sheet that concealed the body, but not the large red stain beneath. We approached, while Sebastian went off to deter any curious onlookers. I know it won't be pretty, and I'm sorry for putting you through this, but you know what's at stake here. Just remember what I told you, and you should be fine. Alright, are you ready? I guess so. I mean, I'm as ready as I'm ever gonna be. Damn, he got cut the fuck up. It looks violent to me. What do you think? Well, he's definitely dead. Wow, what an astute observation. Yeah, rip. Let's just say this will be your test, and tell me what you can deduce from what you see. Give it your best shot. Investigation start. Okay, now we're playing some fucking detective simulator shit. 2 wings, 2 legs, just like the waitress in the cafe, about as big as a human. Lengthwise, if not slightly taller, the wingspan would certainly look impressive at that size. Yeah, what was interesting to me is all the cuts. The wounds are kind of hard to miss. True, but what are they telling you? They were inflicted with a sharp impalement. Perpetrator was an unusually large or small person. He was already dead when he got these wounds. Or it was suicide. I don't think it's suicide. I mean, unless he cut himself 100 times and then just eventually bled out. Doesn't seem like a suicide to me. Perpetrator was an unusually large or small person. They were inflicted with a sharp impalement. It does kind of, yeah, I'm gonna go with that. They're clean cuts, like from a knife or another sharp instrument. That is true, but why does this matter? Dragons don't use knives. Well, we don't know that, right? I'm assuming they actually do. Could have been Raza. Could have only been someone with hands. It tells us that it was a suicide. I would think it'd probably have to have hands, right? That's right, only those of us who walk on 2 legs have the proper dexterity to wield a knife efficiently. Most other dragons would probably just bite instead. Of course, this rules out most of the bigger dragons and flyers. But then Raza still has his... What was it called again? You mean his gun? Yeah, if it was him, why would he kill someone with a knife rather than just use this gun on him? Makes him look cooler. What? He lost his gun, he did not want to make any noise. He wouldn't because it wasn't him. He wouldn't because this was clearly a suicide. Maybe he didn't want to make any noise. He did not want to make any noise. After all, he ran away from Maverick, trying to hide from the police. Something as loud as a gunshot would have easily given away his position and alerted others in the area. I mean, that does make sense. Right, that could be a good reason. By the way, which wound do you think was the lethal one? The one on his chest. The big one. Also, the one on his neck could be it too, though. You know what? I'm gonna go with the one on his neck. I think it was the one on his neck. That's right. If all the blood from it wasn't a giveaway, this is a stab wound, characterized by a rather small footprint. You can tell it's also the deepest one. And from the location, it's pretty obvious that this must have done tremendous damage. Yeah, that was the fatal one, clearly. What else do you see? Well, there's a lot of blood. The blood splatters suggest that he had AIDS. I can't believe that's an option. He had AIDS. That's what it was. He had AIDS. He died here. Well, no shit, he fucking died here. This isn't... What do you mean it's not blood? What is it, fucking ketchup, then? He was dragged here after he died. It was hemophilic? Whatever, I don't even fucking know how to pronounce that. Or he committed... Why does it keep suggesting the suicide thing? Blood splatter suggests that, well, obviously he died here. He died here, else there would have been a trail we could follow. The splatters also just suggest this is where they fought. That's true. Unfortunately, it doesn't help with determining who the perpetrator is. Objection! Excuse me? Sorry, I just always wanted to say that. Oh my god. They got a reference to that, what is that lawyer game? The anime kind of lawyer game. I forget the name of it. That's a clear reference to that, though. What about the blood on his muzzle? You tell me. Blood on his muzzle suggests that he is a vampire. Yes. He fought back. It seems to me like he fought back. He has gum disease. He had a bloody steak earlier. He bit his tongue during the fight. Okay, he fought back. It might be the perpetrator's blood. Yes, that is true. I expect forensics already took a sample of it, so it might actually help us determine who the perpetrator is. I think that's about everything. You know what, kid? I'm impressed. Maybe we should have you around more often. You did well on the first investigation. Hey, Chief, do you still need the witness here for anything? Sebastian approached with the dragon who had discovered the body earlier. I recognized her as Adane, the waitress from the cafe. She seemed distraught, which, given the situation, wasn't very surprising. I don't think so. Take her to the department. Get her statement written up, and that should be it. Sure thing. Alright, miss. We're gonna have to take you into the department. Of course. When she spotted me, however, her composure brightened visibly. Oh, it's the human! Well, I am a human. I have a name, you know. Go away. Damn, you can be mean in this if you want. I am a human. I have a name, you know. Well, I am the only human here, right? So, I mean, just saying that I'm a human's fine, I guess. Well, I'd call you by your name, but you never actually told me it. It's Prince. What are you even doing here? Do you work for our police now? What? No, it's just a hobby. I just work as a forensic agent on the side, you know, it's just a hobby of mine. I guess so. It looks like it. I'm gonna go with that. Maybe I should be calling you Officer then. I don't think I'm quite there yet. By the way, I didn't know you also did deliveries. I do a little bit of everything, really. That's nice. I liked my, fish yesterday. You don't have to hide it. I know it's quite an acquired taste. To be fair, I wouldn't have recommended it to someone new like you, but you could always try something different. Here's our number if you don't want to come in, and we'll deliver anything we have to you. Thanks. Sorry, I guess we should get going. Bye! What do we do now? I suppose we'll head off too, unless... Oh no. What is it? We've got a violent homicide, and of course nobody from the department tells me. I have to find out from a neighbor who wanted to ask me about it. Good thing rumors travel fast, huh? Of course nobody told you. You're on sick leave. Mandatory sick leave, I might add. I'm not here in any official capacity, you see. I am merely enjoying a curative walk in the fresh air and happened to come across you by accident. What do you want? I don't want anything. I just find it interesting that no one tells me about this. But the prime suspect's buddy can mess with the investigation. I see how it is. I know what you were thinking, but don't jump to conclusions here. I don't need to jump to conclusions. I think the dead body we found says it all. You really have an attitude problem, you know? If you weren't on sick leave, you'd be suspended right now for attacking Prince yesterday. Do you even have any idea what kind of repercussions this could have on us all? Me attack Prince? As far as I can see, I'm the only one who's injured here. Besides, I'm so sorry for apparently being the only one, who's doing his damn job. Right, let's just all sit idly by while the suspect's on the loose and planning his next move. You know, whatever it was Reza was talking about, he was going to tell me just before you showed up yesterday. I don't need to hear you, of all you people, belittling me about this. What's your problem? If anything, I want to find him just as much as you do. Don't compare yourself to me. Your words mean nothing. Enough. You shouldn't even be here, so you better go now and get some rest before I have to take disciplinary action. Fine. But when we find him, you'll see I was right. If I have to prove it myself, so be it. Can he even just do his own investigation like that? Well, as long as he doesn't interfere with us, we can't really stop him from doing things in his own free time. I see. I suspect he won't adhere to the standards of performing an unbiased investigation, though. He has already made up his mind. It's clear to me he won't be looking for facts, just for evidence to support his own view in order to prove it to us or himself. Who knows? He's always been like that. Always something to prove. We'll have to be careful. He'll be looking for Reza soon enough. To be fair, I might be too if I was shot. Let's hope we find Reza before he does. At least that means someone will find him, right? We're gonna go with that one. Don't worry, Reza will turn up eventually. I surely hope so. All things considered, I had to admit that it remained a possibility that Maverick was right. But could the Reza I knew really be a murderer? You know what, if you think of something that might help with the investigation, or if you need anything else, just call me. I will. Well, I think we're done here. Let's go. Bryce led me back to the apartment. I guess there really wasn't much for me to do in the meantime, as I was spared the more arduous parts of the investigation. Maybe I should have been glad about this, though now I had an afternoon to fill. What should I do? You can order some lunch, meet with Bryce, meet with Lorim, Anna. Anna was taking an interest to us, though, wasn't she? Let's meet up with her. She told me to meet her here, so she's got to be around somewhere. The production facility had many different wings, covering everything from research to processing. In addition to production, it was easy to get lost if you didn't know where you were going. I heard some commotion in the distance, and when I approached, I was surprised to see not only Amma, but Remy as well. They seemed to be in the middle of a heated conversation. I thought it'd be inappropriate to approach now, so I remained several paces back, out of their field of vision, but still close enough to be able to make out their words. We have heard the rumors. Oh, I thought this was the waitress. I forget the waitress's name. I thought that was Anna. So you come to me on the basis of rumors. Is that how you operate? What do you want from me? This is not the first time you've been in trouble, you know. They might not be so lenient with you this time. I don't know what you were talking about. Consider this a warning. You should proceed carefully for your own good. If you wanted to threaten me, the least you could have done was to send someone more intimidating. You may be larger than I am, but even I can see that you're just a big coward. You wouldn't dare to put your dirty claws on me. I wouldn't. I'm here as a courtesy to you, not to threaten or intimidate. Do with that information whatever you wish. You know, we'll be back. And if they find anything, there will be consequences. Do you think I care? This attitude of yours is not helpful. Neither are you. Well, I've said what I came here to say. Good luck. Whatever. Damn, okay. Remy turned to leave and started walking in my direction. I ducked behind a pillar, and when he went past, I wasn't sure if he'd seen me. Either way, he left, and I was safe to approach now. What the hell was that all about? Who cares? Okay, sorry I asked. Wait, how long have you been here? I kinda saw everything. Not that it matters much anyway, this is just par for the course for me. I know, Remy, what's the problem? The nerve of that guy. He probably wouldn't be so uptight if it wasn't for that thing with his girlfriend a few years ago. But I don't care about him. It's his superiors that are the problem. They don't like me and the research I'm doing. They cite their traditions and values, claiming that those are what they have kept us alive for so long. Yeah, I'm kind of curious what she got out of the blood sample she took from me. Like if there's anything valuable from that. Anyway, if anything were to change, it would obviously fracture the base that this society is built on, cause it all to collapse, tear apart families, and allow all hell to break loose. At least if you believe those old-timers who keep repeating these phrases. And all that nonsense because of my research? Valuable research that could save lives, mind you. What kind of research are we talking about? I could show you sometime, but we're here to have fun, right? I thought you wanted to show me since you said we were both in biology and all that. Sure, but after doing this all day, you'll have to excuse me for not wanting to talk about it even more. Wasting my time with that guy was just another setback. Not that I don't already have more than enough work to do. Even right now, I'm supposed to be working overtime. Guess you can give me the tour some other time then. How disappointing, or just I see. I mean, she doesn't seem like she's in the mood for it, right? Oh, and thanks for the blood, by the way. The results aren't in yet, but I'll let you know when they are. Good, I'm just as curious about the results as you are. No, you aren't. I am way curiouser than you are. Curiouser? Is that even a word? It is, since an author popularized its use where I came from. Then I am more curiouser than you are. Not if I am the curiousest. Excuse me for a moment, but I must weep for the English language. At this rate, why don't you just say you're the most curiousest? I'm not sure. I'm not a linguist, are you? Not exactly, but I have a way with words. My tongue is quite skilled, or so I hear. Some might even say cunning. In any case, if you have to work overtime today, does that mean I should wait for you, or do you want me to come back another time? Neither. I think my break should start right about now. What a lucky coincidence. I hope no one notices your unscheduled break, or I wish I had the ability to make breaks happen at my convenience. What a lucky coincidence. It is, isn't it? So where are we going? I don't know where you are going, but I think I need a coffee or 5. You can tag along if you like. Alright, it'd be my pleasure. We'll see if it'll be mine as well. I hope you brought your own money though, because I'm not sharing. Ooh, she's gonna play hard to get. I didn't, but everything I purchased is taken care of by my ambassador status. Nice. Actually, that opens up some very interesting possibilities. It might, but I'd rather not do anything too fishy. I don't want to raise any suspicion, you know. Good point. Well, let's go then. After you, my lady. There we are. Finally, I can't wait to get some coffee into my system. Oh, hello, Prince. Nice to see you again. I dined. That's the waitress's name. That's the one. Who's your companion? Can't you just take my order? Damn, she is frustrated as hell. I apologize. Let me try that again. Welcome to our establishment. My name's Adine, and I'll be your waitress today. What can I bring you to? I'll have a coffee. Thank you. And what can I bring the esteemed, gentle person on the other side of the table? Bring me a beer. Do they even have beer? We'll just go for a soda. No problem. I'll be right back. What's her problem? I'm here to order something, not to chit-chat with the employees. I think she was just trying to be friendly. I know her, it's fine. I know she can be pretty annoying. I think she was just trying to be friendly. That's kind of her job. I guess I'm not a fan of friendly, then. Here you go. Enjoy. Nice sipping noises in the background there. What the hell? I totally needed that. So you work in that facility? And your point is, what's your job there? I mean, what do you do exactly? Well, we do all kinds of things. The truth is, we just have all kinds of specialized machinery there, which is used by many different people for many different purposes. The building is owned and run by the council, who oversees the schedule. It is quite handy since you can go from research to testing and even manufacturing all in the same complex. I started out as a researcher in biology, which is still my main job, but I've been there so long and learned the ins and outs of the building so well that eventually I was asked to take over some managerial duties. Sure, it means more work, but it also allows me to run a personal project every once in a while. Does that sate your curiosity? I've only seen glimpses, but it already sounds like a fascinating place. It does, or not at all? It sounds like a pretty fascinating place. I'm not sure I'd go as far as to call it fascinating, but it surely does give me a lot of opportunities. Oh, I forgot to ask you what you actually plan to do with my blood and the test results. What is this, an interrogation? Damn, you can't get anywhere with her. I was just asking a question, that's all. Yes, totally, you can call your lawyer if you like. I think someone's in a bad mood. You know what? This bitch is in a bad fucking mood. Then you must be talking about Idine, the prying waitress, or yourself, because you haven't seen me in a bad mood yet. Not even close. Alright, I'll finish my drink quietly then, if that's what you prefer. Okay, I guess you don't like questions then. Excuse me, princess. Oh my god. We're gonna go with, okay, I guess you don't like questions. Sorry, I'm just stressed from all the work lately. I'm not getting much respite between my regular work, overtime, personal projects, and other disturbances like that Remy sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. What do you usually do during your free time? Having a good work-life balance is very important, you know. Well, I love my job, I really do. I love it so much that even in my free time, I still do things that have to do with biology. As I said, I've got the opportunity to do my own projects sometimes, so that's what I focus on when I get the chance. It would be a shame to pass up an opportunity like that without using it. With the current influx of work, I rarely leave the facility if I'm not eating or sleeping. Even right now, I'm only on break and I have to go back for another shift. Maybe you should do something else for a change. Maybe, but right now, that's not really an option. It would help if the console weren't constantly sending their lackeys to mess with me. So that wasn't the first time? No, I suppose I'm on their watch list or something. Why is that? It's a long story, and not one for a first date. Oh, this is a date? So you're saying this is a date? No, I'm saying that even if this was a date, which would be more than whatever this is, it wouldn't be very appropriate. Stories about work aren't very romantic. It's always about work with you. Come on, you're on break. Maybe you should do something to take your mind off all that for once. Like what? I'm not sure. Do you have any other hobbies? Not really. Hey, waitress. How can I help you? Do you have anything here to entertain your guests? Any games or other distractions? I'm not sure. Let me go check. What exactly are you trying to do? Anything to get you to shut up about work already? Just wait and you'll see. I'm being cute and spontaneous. Anything to get you to shut up about work already? I don't want to be too rude. Just wait and you'll see. Anticipation is killing me. Actually, no. It's boredom. It's more for the kids, but we don't really have anything else. It's fine, thank you. Have fun. A board game? Really? I know it's not Kinsaki's Textile Merchant, but I suppose it's better than nothing. Textile Merchant? Kinsaki? I don't even know what the fuck that is. It's a game, never mind. Well, I'm not convinced that this will accomplish anything unless your goal is to make me regret this day. It seems to be a trivia game. Do you have any good general knowledge? Do you even know what kind of advanced knowledge I have to memorize and work with every single day? You bet I have good general knowledge, certainly more than enough to beat a foreigner like you. If you're so confident, maybe we should make a bet. What do you have in mind? Let's say if I win, I'll get to go on a real date with you. No fitting me in during your break, no complaining about everything, and no acting as if you're doing me a favor, especially because it was you who wanted me to meet me in the first place. And if I win, I'll have you come in sometime so I can run more tests on you. If that's what you want, so be it. Alright, we'll just say alright. Since it was your idea, it's only fair that I start. So, how does this work? It seems to be pretty simple. We take turns drawing cards and asking questions until we both ask a number that we agree on beforehand. Whoever gets more right in the end wins. How many questions shall it be then? How about 5? Let's make it 3. Not sure how long this will take, and my break won't be for too long either. Alright, go ahead then. I saw mischief in her eyes, her stare piercing, paired with the hint of an arrogant smirk that exposed her anticipation. She seemed confident that she would win, and loved every second of it. Slowly, her hand went over to the deck of cards and drew the topmost. Round 1. Okay, so this is the actual, here we go here. Actual card game against her. Who is cited as one of our most important historians, his work spanning over 20 books, credited with mapping out our entire history since the beginning of sentience. Okay, so since she wants to act like a bitch, I'm gonna cheat here. So, we have technology, I'll have you know. We have these things called smartphones, and we can just go ahead and look this up right now. So, give me a second here, and I'm gonna look this shit up. See if I can find it here. General knowledgeist. So this is actually worth an achievement too. Let me see if I can find how to get this. Because I have no idea which one of these it would be. Let me see here. So I'm probably better off, probably the best bet would be to look up the achievement for it, right? General knowledgeist. Okay, here it is. I found a page for it. This is on a fandom page for it. Fandom wiki. So, available during the first meeting with Anna. The answer to the first question is explained during Remy's first scene. The other two are trick questions. So the correct answer, number 1, is this one, the first one. How could you even know something like that? You have only been here for what, a few days? Maybe you shouldn't underestimate me. It was a lucky guess. Not a good start for you, is it? Maybe you shouldn't underestimate me. Maybe. They did say that the humans have better technology. I remember that much. Let's see how you fare with your first question. Bring it. How far can you walk into the woods? Only until the middle. Anything after that and you're walking out of the woods again. You're right, that's a rather weird question though. I suppose I read the right kinds of books growing up. I know most of those trick questions. Let's see what the second question has in store for you, shall we? Round 2. Alright, if there are 5 apples and you take away 3, how many do you have? This is a trick question here. Correct answer is 3. Yes, you also know your trick questions. Apparently so. Okay, here's your question. In which year of our timeline did we gain sentience? 0. The beginning of our timeline marks the event when we gain sentience. Right again. Have you played this game before? It's a children's game. These questions aren't really a challenge. I'll just go ahead and draw the next card so we can end this. Alright, round 3. An adventurer who values his life has to choose between 3 rooms to cross. Which one of the following would be the safest? 1. A room filled with poisonous gas. 2. A room filled with 100 highly trained assassins. Or number 3. A room submerged in water filled with alligators that have not eaten in 8 months. And the correct answer to this is none of these. That's right, all the rooms are equally deadly. Alligators can go up to 2 years or more without food, making room number 3 as deadly as the others. The other 2 rooms should not require any explanation. At least, according to this card, to be honest, I think the answer is debatable. Don't worry, I'll still count it as the right answer for you. No need to get your tail caught in a door about it. Damn, that sounds painful. Thank God humans don't have tails. Looks like this is going to be the last question. Just get it over with already. What is the approximate acceleration speed of a nose-diving flyer? I'll have to think about that one for a minute. I was just kidding. I still could have calculated that. Okay, here's the real question. What is the only substance known to be lighter in its solid form compared to its liquid state? Water. That seems to be correct. Of course it is. Duh! You answered Anna's questions correctly. Well, it appears to me that our game has ended in a tie. What do you propose? I say we both get our rewards. After all, we each made a good effort to get them. That's fine with me. I won't have a spot in the facility to do the test for a while, though, so I suppose next time we meet, it'll be a date. Don't forget what I said earlier about what I expect from you on this date. You better be on your best behavior. I'll try. Thank you. In any case, I should head back to work. My break is just about over. See you soon, then? Of course, and I'll make sure you deliver your part of the deal. See you soon. Wow. Despite all odds, I managed to match her perfect score in the game we played. Even though my bet of forcing her to go on a proper date with me was more to get back at her for her earlier rudeness, I had not expected this outcome. I was not even sure what I expected from this meeting in the first place, but now I was locked into going on a date with her and being her own personal guinea pig. Whether anything good would come of this, I wasn't sure either. More free time, what should I do? So I guess you can't really, you can't meet up with the waitress, huh? 'Cause she's the nicest out of the girl dragons there. Kind of want to learn more about her. Well, what about, we could learn more about Bryce and what's up with him. Or we could order some lunch, get some well-deserved rest. Let's learn more about the police chief. Let's see if he's got anything else to say. Once again, I found myself within the police department, which seemed oddly quiet for this time of day. It didn't take me long to spot Bryce in his office. Hey, Prince, what's up? Nothing much, but you told me to contact you if I could remember anything that might help with the investigation. That's right, what do you have for me? I'm not sure if it's worth mentioning, but I have known Reza for a couple of years, so I know some things about his personality. I see. Well, that's actually more helpful than you might think. Mannerisms, habits, all kinds of things would be useful to add to his profile and to get a better idea of him. You know, I'm just about done here for the day, but if you want to discuss it over a beer or something, I'd be more than happy. Just one, I'll take 3, damn. I don't usually drink, though. Yeah, let's just go, why not? Fuck it. Alright, let's go. Here we are. Not too shabby, I have to admit. And just in time for happy hour. Do you come here often? Sometimes. Hey you two, what can I bring you? Just the usual. One generic beer for the chief of police? Sure thing. How about you, Prince? I'll have something later, I think. Yeah, how do you know my name? How couldn't I? Everyone knows about you. So what will it be? Yeah, I'll have the same thing. Noted. I'll be right back. It wasn't long before the waiter returned with a drinking bowl as wide as it was tall, filled to the brim with a foam-topped, dark amber liquid. Carefully, he set it down in front of Bryce, who didn't hesitate to take a big gulp. He brought one for me as well, provided in a glass that seemed more appropriate for my kind. There you go. Just call me if you need anything. Of course. So, what is it you wanted to tell me about Raza? There are a few things. I mean, they're probably not much, but anything might help, right? That's right. Anything unusual about him, anything that defines his character or stands out about him could help us. How about you tell me what you know about him? Well, the earliest memory I have of him was when we both went to the same school. We only shared a few classes, though, and a couple of friends. Overall, I'd say he was an above-average student. We didn't talk very often, but he was always very outspoken and never failed to speak up to make his opinions known. He was the kind of person I'd fully expect to become a politician one day, or at least an activist of some sort. That's the impression I got from him. He spoke a lot, but you could also expect him to act on his word. Of course, his nature caused him to clash with others, sometimes even including the school staff, though his genuine enthusiasm also garnered praise from them. He was quite a character. After we all graduated, I didn't hear anything about him for a long time. Only some years later, after we found the portal, was I surprised to find out he was the human who would be sent to your world. He had volunteered. It wasn't until I was already here that I actually met him again, however brief our interactions were. But then I already told you everything about what happened prior to the eventual scuffle with Maverick. There's only one thing that stands out to me about those events. In the restaurant, when he told me about the letter, he mentioned I would know how to read its secret message. I know he values the use of his own intellect, but when I received the letter later, he apparently fully expected me to remember a random chemistry class we had together years ago in order to see the message. I see. So you did not arrange this beforehand? Not at all. I had no idea. That is quite peculiar. I know. I still wonder what he would have told me if Maverick hadn't interfered with me at that portal. We do as well, and you can believe that. How was Maverick even allowed to intercept his letter and read it? He could have easily done so since he was in charge of Raza and everything, but he totally shouldn't have. I mean, we wouldn't do anything of the sort with you. Everything is done in regard to Raza has been a poor show of character. I suppose so. In any case, thanks for telling me of this. You never know when this kind of information could be useful. No problem. Just when I thought an awkward silence might set in, Bruce spotted the waiter and didn't hesitate to speak up. Hey, waiter, bring me another. I hadn't noticed, but while I was talking, Bruce had been busy sipping on his drink. The empty bowl before him was proof of his proficiency, while I had barely touched my own drink. Here you go. Bruce was just about to start on a second when he suddenly spoke up. You know what? Why don't we have ourselves a drinking contest? I would, but I don't think I could beat someone like you. I'm in or leave. I would, but I don't think I can beat someone like you. How about a handicap then? I'll go easy on you. You're not letting this go, are you? Just having fun. Alright, let's do this. Bruce lowered his snout and gulped down beer at an inhuman rate. The bowl drained rapidly, and it was empty in an instant. Fair's fair. Considering they don't even have cars, at least I won't have to worry about drinking and driving. The rules are simple. We both get around, then we wait a few moments until the next one so the effects can kick in. Whoever gives up first loses. Alright, that sounds easy enough. Let's burn some brain cells. That's your mistake. I never give up. Alright, it's your mistake. I never give up. We'll see about that. Alright, let's do this. He made a show of looking me in the eyes while he lowered his muzzle into the bowl, before he started guzzling his drink noisily. It was gone in seconds. Certainly this was going to be tough. My confidence faltered, but there was no turning back now. How did I think I could win in a drinking contest against a freaking dragon? Nevertheless, I grasped the drink, putting on the best show I could while I tried to recreate Bruce's feat. After the first sip, however, I realized it was very different from any other beer I had tried before. Yet I persevered through the intense taste until the glass was empty. I probably wasn't as impressive as Bruce had been just moments earlier, but I couldn't afford to show any weakness. My plan was cut short, though, as I set down the glass and an unusually strong aftertaste hit me, causing me to make a face. How do you like it? Ugh, this is some really strong stuff. I told you, you better know beforehand how much you can take, or it'll hit you harder later on. Want to give up already? You can either give up or say shut up. Heck no. Heck no. As you wish. So when's the next round starting? Soon enough. Do you feel it? Do you feel the buzz kicking in already? Don't lie to me. I can see it in your face. Unless that's blushing I see and not the alcohol. That's not a blush. Alright, it's a buzz. I'm not buzzed. Alright, it's a buzz. That's what I thought. Anyways, how do you like it here so far? I mean, compared to wherever it is that you came from. Having a drinking contest with a dragon, how could I not love this? It's alright, certainly a nice change from what I'm used to. To be honest, I think I'd rather be home. Having a drinking contest with a dragon, how could I not love this? We'll see how much you like it when I've drunk you under the table. That sounded wrong. Waiter, bring us another round. Coming right up. Here you go. Having ourselves a little contest, are we? You know how it goes. That I do. Be careful, Prince. He's a pro. The hell is this? Did I hear something about a contest? Maybe. Up to your old shenanigans, I see. Now, don't spoil the fun. I don't go around telling people about what we're up to, either. Point taken. Enjoy. Of course, he wouldn't have challenged me if he wasn't confident he would win. Guess I'll just have to try my best. I went first last time, so it's your turn now. As I put the glass to my lips and started swallowing the dark amber liquid, I was struck by how much more difficult this round was compared to the first. One thing that always puzzled me about seasoned drinkers was the sheer amount of liquid they could ingest without issue. Keeping it down, however, was a much different question. But this contest wasn't about keeping it down. There, your turn. Did I see you struggling there for a second? Let's see how you do. That's my tactic. Make you think that I'm struggling so you'll let your guard down. I may have underestimated this. We're gonna pretend that it's a tactic. Keep it up, kiddo. You still stand a chance if you can make me die of laughter. As for my turn, let me demonstrate. Once again, he consumed his drink, though his swigs were noticeably slower than before. His resolve was also fading, though not as fast as mine had, as he certainly held the advantage. Was there any way I could still turn this around? There. Now, let me ask you a question. I know you wanted to tell me all this stuff about Raza, but was that the only reason you wanted to meet with me? It was. Well, it doesn't hurt to have friends in high places. Maybe having a little fun doesn't hurt, right? Well, it certainly doesn't... well, I don't know if I want to say that. Well, having a little fun doesn't hurt, right? Thought so. I won't disagree with that. Waiter, next round. I like how the camera's kind of shaking a little bit. You can tell he's definitely buzzed. Coming. There you go. Thanks. How are you holding up? Just fine, thanks for asking. If you say so. Good luck. Was it your turn, or is it my turn? It's yours. Alright. By now it was obvious that Bryce was faltering, though he still was faring much better than I was. He even had to take a break in the middle of his beer, unable to down it in one go. Now it's yours. He was a lot heavier than me, and even though his bowels held far more liquid than my glasses, how did I think I'd stand a chance against him? When I picked up my glass, I didn't have feeling in my fingers anymore. I had to pause a few times, but in the end I made it, though I wasn't sure how much more I could take. So what do we do now? Wait for you to throw up so I win? You never said that was a rule. You wish. I might as well do that now. You never said that was a rule. Well, duh, of course it doesn't count if you spit out your drink halfway through. I suppose it still might if you lick it all up again. Ah! Oh god, now it's even more blurry. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why are you brown? Why are you so damn attractive? Or say nothing. Why are you brown? That's racist. Damn it, you don't just ask someone why they're brown. Don't you have, like, differently colored people where you come from? Or do they all look like you? You seriously look like a chocolate cream cake. Delicious chocolate cream cake. Can I taste you? Oh my god, he's drunk as fuck. Waiter, next round. There you are. Damn, they're still fucking going. Leerily, the dragon looked at me, seemingly unable to focus. I could see he was hitting his limit, but so was I. Maybe if I just held out a little longer. Whose turn is it even? I think it's yours, mine. I don't even know anymore. I think it's yours. 'Cause he just went, remember? I think it's yours, though. Very well. At this point, I had difficulties picking up my glass. I was about to give up. But I was sure if I held on just one more round, it'd be over. I could still win this. I had to wait a few moments after each sip in order to continue, but I did not give up until eventually the glass was empty. Your move, Chief. Suck on this, you scaly bastard. Man, this dialogue's hilarious. Let's tell him he's a scaly bastard. For the first time I could see something in his eyes other than his always present confidence. Was it disbelief or insecurity? I guess my feet caught him off guard as he seemed genuinely impressed. If nothing else, it showed me that even his own conviction was cracking now. I could totally win this. You're cute. I like you. I really do. But I sure as heck am not gonna let you win. He was struggling. It became more and more obvious as he tried to swallow the liquid in his bowl bit by bit. He stopped at one point, panting heavily. I considered taking a cheap shot at him, but he had refrained from doing so during my turn. I wasn't going to start now. There. I was getting tired. I could hear Bryce's voice, but I could not make out the individual words anymore. I decided to rest my eyes just for a little bit. And he passed out. Hey, are you okay? You fell down and you kind of look a little messed up. I'll mess you up if you don't get your face out of my face. You think I've given up, you're mistaken. This isn't over. I can see that. Ready for another round or do you give up? Bring it on. I think I better stop here. I know when I've had enough and it's no. Bring it on. We're gonna go until this ends, man. Actually, you know, once you're laying on the ground, you better stop. Does that mean I win? I didn't say that. You know, it's fun watching you and all, but you've both had enough for the evening. I think you'd better leave now. After you've come out from under the table, that is. Alright, I'll be going then. Wait a minute. What is it? Maybe you should go home. Maybe you should go with him just to make sure he gets home safely and doesn't do anything stupid, you know? It's kind of an unspoken rule here that whoever is his drinking buddy does so. When I looked over to him, I discovered that Bryce had passed out for the moment. This could prove difficult. Alright, fine. Thank you. Come on, let's get you home. He's still unconscious. Dump some water on his face, slap him, put some pepper on his nose. Let's splash some water in his face. This should do the trick. What? Is that you, Prince? Where am I? Still in the bar. Come on, let's get you home. I awoke looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. For a moment, I wondered where I was before the events of last night all came back to me. As I got up and looked around, I realized that I'd apparently slept on the floor. Where am I? This isn't my apartment. He probably passed out in his apartment. Yup, he did. Guess I must have passed out after I got Bryce home. Hey, Bryce. We're salivating. Wake up, fatty. Good morning, sunshine. We're salivating. The dragon moved and let out a groan before he opened his eyes. Just as you do occasionally, I bet. Damn, my head. Why are you even here? I guess I must have passed out after I escorted you home. Oh, right, after our little game. Do you remember who won? I don't even know, but you stood your ground and I respect that. You didn't do anything funny while I was out, did you? The dragon rose from the couch with a nice morning stretch, rubbed his eyes, then held his head high as he let out a grunt and a big yawn. Alright, you know what? I'm sorry. The whole contest thing was a stupid idea, and I shouldn't have suggested it, especially not to you. Well, it's not like you forced me to participate, so I suppose I share some of the blame. Let's just pretend the whole thing never happened. Deal. Wait, what time is it? Damn, I really should get going, or I'll be late for work. You know how to get back to your apartment from here, right? I think so. Guess you should be going as well, kiddo. Maybe I'll see you another time. Chapter 2, Duty. Another day, another morning. I awoke from dreams filled with fire and smoke. The sun shining through the window gave me a comforting feeling of familiarity, despite the portal in the distance reminding me of my purpose here. I look towards the horizon, my view undisturbed by dividing walls. The light of the morning sun was painting in the sky with golden hues, a view that had become a rarity back home. It evoked a feeling of freedom and openness that was almost scary to me. While I got ready for the day, my thoughts stayed to the people I knew back home. I couldn't help but wonder how they were doing. But I had greater things to worry about at the moment, like Raza, murders, and generators. How much danger was I in, really? Hey, Prince, good to see you again. Likewise. I hope you're in the mood for some good old-fashioned police work. I'm not really in the mood to look at corpses today. Sure, sign me up, or it's not like I have anything better to do. I'm not really in the mood to look at corpses today. Don't worry, we have something else planned. We obtained a list of places Raza visited in the days before he vanished. We'll check those out, maybe find a lead. And you might help us understand his motivations or give us some context to his actions. I could certainly try. I'm sure you'll do a great job. This is reassuring. Are you ready to go? Sure, let's go. Alright. So, there's a couple of places we can check out. Let's see where we should go first. While Bryce focused on his list, I saw someone approach out of the corner of my eye. A closer look revealed that it was Sebastian, waving his arm in an attempt to get our attention as he ran towards us, his face grave. There you are, Chief. I was looking for you. What are you doing here? Don't tell me there's another dead person. Sorry, Chief, there is. Damn, guess it's gonna be one of those days. Yeah, it looks that way. Someone else can take care of that today, though. We've got other plans. You'll need to sign off on a few things, at least. I know. We'll go to the crime scene, sign a few forms, and then we're out. When we arrived at the scene, I saw the poor victim next to one of the houses. The obligatory sheet that was draped over him provided a modicum of discretion, but did nothing to hide the crime that had occurred. Alright, give me the story. It's an interesting one, that's for sure. The wounds match those of the last victim, so a similar, if not identical, murder weapon is likely. The victim? Maintenance person for this area. And the electricity is out. The power goes out. Maintenance guy shows up and is killed before he can fix the problem. At least, that's my theory. So the power for the whole block is still out? That is correct. We should get that fixed as soon as possible. We don't need civilians showing up around here complaining about sitting in the dark. Good point. Bryce's snout wrinkled with distaste as he glanced over Sebastian's shoulder. Damn, not again. What is it? What are you doing here, Maverick? Second victim, huh? This is an official investigation, so you better not cross that police line. Shunned by my own colleagues. This is ridiculous. You know how it is. Rules are rules. And without rules, murders like this one would be allowed to happen and go unpunished. Have your fun without me, then. What do you think he wanted here, Chief? That one's easy. To do his own investigation, just like he said he would. I shouldn't be surprised he showed up, but I guess we're lucky we arrived before he did. I agree. We better check out that power outage now. Of course, I think the door to the maintenance room is right around here. You got your flashlight, Sleb? Always, Chief. You should go first then. I don't have my stuff here. Besides, putting on that head mount is such a hassle. I remember, you complain about that every time it comes up. There, that should do the trick. You just stay behind me, Prince, alright? Okay. Yeah, I hate stairs, especially those made for smaller dragons like you. Trust me, having it the other way around isn't too great either. I just like all kinds of stairs, say nothing. I don't mind stairs. I don't mind stairs that much. I can see why. Your legs have more articulation than even mine, especially the knees. One of us three, I think Bryce has it the worst right now. Damn you and your articulated knees. This kind of reminds me of when we found that underground base or whatever it was. Remember, Chief? How could I not? It wasn't that long ago. Underground base? Yeah, the portal wasn't the only piece of ancient technology we found. There was also this whole lab near it. Seemed to have some high-tech stuff in it. At least that place didn't have as many stairs. Wait, so you not only found the portal, but a whole facility along with it? Yes, but we're not sure how much the two are actually related. It's been all that time studying the portal and barely got anywhere with it. This stuff is just beyond what we know. Here we are. So what exactly were we looking for? Whatever's causing the power outage. If we don't find the cause, we should at least be able to get the backup running. Looks like the generator is gone. Mystery solved. The sound of creaking metal penetrated the stillness of the room. I looked above toward the source of the noise as it grew louder, and in the next instant I was pushed sideways and fell to the ground, just barely avoiding the giant light fixture that fell from the ceiling and shattered into countless pieces alongside me. Prince, are you alright? The next thing I saw was a hooded figure standing above me, barely visible against the darkness that premeditated the room. What the hell? The figure crouched down next to me, its mask hovering right in front of my face. Merely a whisper reached my ears when it spoke. Be careful, Prince. Then the figure dashed towards the stairs. Where are you going? That's not me. Don't move. He's going up the stairs. I'm on it. I didn't see that chair coming. Can't see a damn thing in here. Here, Chief. I hate these stupid stairs. You're blocking the way. Just go around me. There's no room. You're as wide as the stairs are. I can't help it. Damn it, we'll never catch him now. By the time we found our way back up, the mysterious figure was nowhere to be found. We've got a long search ahead of us, and with a head start like that, there might be no end to it. We have to take our chances as long as we still can. Except that chance is growing smaller and smaller while we wait for the team to arrive. What even happened down there? Right, Prince, tell us anything in as much detail as you can. There wasn't much to it. I heard a noise, I looked up, the light fixture came down, then someone pushed me. You mean Raza? I don't think it was Raza. What makes you say that? Whoever it was wearing a mask. It bloody well can't be someone else, so let's... It bloody well can't be someone else, so let's not kid ourselves here. Why would he wear that whole getup, though? He didn't want to be recognized. That's a bad excuse when there are only 2 humans here. This whole thing doesn't make any sense. Let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Your earlier theory about what happened was pretty sound, Sebastian. Let's go with that, and add the bit about the generator being stolen. So now the question is, who has a motive for stealing a generator? Raza did seem to have a particular interest in generators, didn't he? Right. Who else would need to steal a generator? When those who live here could either buy or even simply request one. Not to mention, Raza was the one who arranged the diplomatic trade for the generators in the first place. I can't deny the fact that your generators are pretty important to us, but resorting to murder? We all saw the human figure running away. Why would he have stayed here if he stole it? Maybe it was a dragon in disguise. Are we sure we saw him running away? I don't think it was a dragon in disguise. Why would he remain here if he was the one who stole it? The generator was already gone when we got here, and the person in question wasn't carrying it either. Perhaps this is a case where the criminal has returned to the crime scene. For this kind of crime, I'd say no, but who knows, maybe our rules just don't apply anymore. What do you mean? No offense, but ever since you 2 humans arrived, there's been a lot of strange things going on. This place used to be a quiet town. So you think it was Raza? You're starting to sound like Maverick, or maybe this whole thing is just a huge misunderstanding. So you think it was Raza? Honestly, things aren't looking great for him right now. It's still our top priority to find him, but after what we've seen here today, I'm not sure what will happen when we do. I just don't want to give you any false hope, you know? I see. Maybe we should just focus on finding him and point fingers later. Agreed. The police team will be here any minute now. You don't have to get involved with the search, but that doesn't mean you can't help us. What do you want me to do? We still had the list of places we were going to check out, remember? We can't go now. The search takes priority. Of course, we'll still check out those places after we're done here. But if you go on your own, you can speed up the process. You can even find a lead for us. Who knows? Sure thing. You must be really understaffed if you need to rely on me, or how about no? Alright, we'll just say sure thing. Great. Here's the list. Considering your status, you shouldn't have any trouble in these places, but if anything happens, call me and I'll check up on you later. Wait a minute, you mean I'm going all by myself? All of us are going to be busy with the search, and we really can't afford to spare someone right now. You'll be fine. Are you worried I'll do something fishy? I mean, isn't that why Reza and I were assigned police escorts in the first place? That policy was mostly Maverick's fault, and he's out of the picture. With my authority as chief, I say you can go alone. I already know where you're going, and besides, I trust you. If you were in cahoots with Raza, you would have ran off with him when you had the chance. Good point. I see the team approaching. Guess you should get going. Alright, I'll see you later then. Good luck. Yeah, we got drunk together. He totally trusts us now. It was a relief to leave the crime scene considering all that had happened. When I reached into my pocket to take a look at the list, however, I found something unexpected. It was a small piece of paper with the word Tetsu written on it. How did it get there? Yeah, furthermore, what the hell does it mean? My earlier encounter with the masked person was the only time today someone was close enough to smuggle something into my pocket. I figured if someone like Bryce tried to do something like that, I definitely would have noticed. As for Tetsu, the only related thing I could think of was Tetsu Park, which I had come across when I went to the police station the other day. Even if that park was the place a mysterious paper referred to, I didn't know if it was actually a good idea to visit. The masked person might have seen me from the falling light fixture, but if it was Raza, it would mean following someone who was also the prime suspect of 2 murders. I also had to consider the list of places Raza had been to. A local grocery store, the production facility we had visited, and the library were the 3 places closest to here. It certainly was going to be a busy day, and I knew I wouldn't have the time to visit all of them. What should I do? We can either visit the grocery store, visit the production facility, visit the... Let's go to the park. That piqued my curiosity here. Tasu Park, here I am. I don't know what I'm even looking for, though. We can either read the sign, look at the map, search the shrubbery, search the pavilion, or stop searching the park. Let's look at the map. This park is bigger than I thought. I could go north towards Tasu Avenue, which apparently is a nice spot to look at the landscape, or south to the political district. Where should I go? Let's go to north, to the avenue. Open the hatch. Yeah, what's in there? Just a sewer grate, right? On the metal covering of the hatch, there are 2 buttons which are situated to the left and right of the central circular lever. The arrow on the lever is pointing up. Okay, how about turning it counterclockwise? The arrow on the lever is now pointing left. This is a puzzle of some sort, isn't it? Let's see if the button does anything. Now, what about the second one? Oh shit, that actually opened it. I looked down to see the maintenance tunnels for the underground Finders Keepers. Got an achievement for that. I looked down to see the maintenance tunnels for the underground drain system. A pale object starkly contrasted against the pitch black backdrop. It's a cloth with suspicious red markings all over it. I guess that's all to be found down here. There's nothing else in there, huh? Finally, a place to sit down. The view of the scenery is perfect. You appreciated the landscape for a bit. That was nice. I was just about to get up when I noticed someone sitting next to me. Whoa, I didn't see you there. I thought you were a statue or something. Hello? Well, maybe it is a statue, or I just turned invisible. I hope it's not the latter. Okay then. I didn't recognize this species of tree. I don't look like there's anything else here. Alright, let's head back. Let's search the shrubbery. Yeah, this totally won't look strange or suspicious. Here we go. Found some dirt. There doesn't seem to be anything else here. Found a handful of dirt. Wow. Amazing. Find a handful of dirt. Yes, what an accomplishment. Let's read the sign. This park is dedicated to our creator, to whom we owe our sentience and existence. As it is our duty to remember, this place honors him every day with its beauty and grants a place of recreation and contemplation to all of us. Let's search the pavilion. It's the only thing we haven't done yet here. You never know what you'll find around a pavilion. Let's do this. I found something. It's a round, smooth orb about the size of a bowling ball. Wait a minute, I recognize this. It looks like something I saw in one of the books the other day. Yeah, what was it called? The sphere, the Axelman sphere, or whatever? Might as well take it with me. You acquired an Axelman sphere part. Orb. Okay, interesting. Well, at least there was some value in going over here. I don't think I'll find anything else here. I've got some more time left. What should I do? Either visit the grocery store, visit the production facility, or visit the library. I'm mean, how much are we really gonna find at the grocery store, right? Oh wait, I don't even think we've been to the library yet. Well, let's visit the library. Alright, Raza, what do you want here? Hey, it's Remy. I already told you, it's not here. Who's he talking to, Ideen? Won't you help out an old friend? Friend? This is the first time you've spoken to me in years. And whose fault is that? For you, I didn't even exist these last few years. At least I tried to reach out to you. No, you're just here because you want something. I'm right here, right now, and you still continue to act like that. She was my friend too, you know. I think you should leave. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. It's a little late for apologies. Have it your way then. Dean stormed out so quickly that she didn't even notice me. I waited a few moments and wondered if it was a good time to talk to Remy. In the end, I decided that my task was too pressing to come back at another time. I shuffled through books and tried to look busy until I noticed he resumed his work so I could approach him. Hello, Prince. How can I help you? Reza been here recently? I'm not gonna bring that up. It's none of my business, right? Let's just ask if Reza's been here. Reza? He's visited quite often since he arrived, actually. Until a few days ago, that is. Really? Do you know what he was reading? Not particularly. I thought he just wanted to learn about our world. Did you notice anything unusual about him while he was here? Can't say I did, though he did ask me for a map once. A map? Yes, I showed him a few, but none of them seemed to be what he was looking for. Did he talk to you about anything strange while he was here? Besides the maps, nothing else worth mentioning comes to mind, only the usual pleasantries. Well, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, thank you. Okay, I'm not gonna press him on that. It's none of my business. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. The afternoon sun hung low in the sky, and I decided it was time to report my findings to the police. A brief call to the department, and I was on my way to an appointment with Sebastian. I'm not sure how my findings will help, but at least I have something. Look who we have here. I turned around to see Maverick. His intense gaze confirmed that there was no one else his words could have been directed at. Even with the civilians passing by in the background, I suddenly felt very alone. What do you want from me? Answers. What if I don't have any for you? Okay, then start talking. Just tell me one thing. Why? What is your goal in all of this? Why even come here? You know why. We came as ambassadors for humanity and to oversee the trade we agreed on. Or you wouldn't understand. I'll give him a straightforward answer. No, that won't do. That's simply not true. You know it, and I know it. I just don't get why you can't be honest with me, even when you know no one else is listening. You know I can't touch you. If I did, it would be over for me. At least as long as I don't have any proof. In the end, what difference does it make if I know? No one is going to believe me anyway. Do you wish to kill me too, like Raza? I would never do such a thing. Is that so? Tell me, why would an ambassador need such a dangerous tool in the first place? I know you claim not to have one of these things Regit injured me with, and you didn't have any when they searched you, but I guess it's way too late for safety precautions at this point. You could have hidden one anywhere. That damn hurt, you know. But even worse than that was getting thrown aside by Bryce. I trust him, but after what happened, he doesn't trust me anymore. Now there's only you, the mythical, the special, the new. How much I wish I could make him see what I see. I could have saved the world with what I did that day, and it still wouldn't matter when no one believes me, just because I don't have any proof. But I won't stop until I find some. And when I do, I'm gonna be a damn hero. And with that, he was gone. On the way to the police station, Maverick's words kept finding their way back into my mind. I couldn't decide how to feel about them. I wasn't even sure if it was worth mentioning to the police, since all he did was make vague accusations. It wasn't anything substantial enough to be considered a threat. However, his actions were growing more calculated, and he seemed very sure of himself. I wondered about what this could amount to, but that wasn't the problem at hand. Hey, Prince. Hey, Sebastian. I thought I'd meet you at the front desk. What are we doing in Bryce's office? He does have a nice office, doesn't he? And the chairs are comfy. Is that the only reason we're in here? The dragon gave a brief chuckle. Let's just say that any information pertaining to this case is very important enough to warrant some privacy. I see. Will Bryce be here anytime soon? I don't think so. He's still outside, looking for Reza. He's not the kind of person who gives up easily. Sounds like him. Should have given up hours ago, can't we help? There's only so much we can do. I was out searching too until I came to meet you. At this rate, it doesn't look like we'll find him today. He could be anywhere, long gone, beyond our reach. What do you think? To be honest, I don't know. I don't think he's going anywhere. We'll never find him. To be honest, I don't know. I have no idea what he's doing or what his plan is, really. I wonder what will happen to our trade agreement now, considering Reza's still missing, the murders, and the stolen generator. If Reza really is a murderer, then don't do that. What? Worry. You don't know what's at stake here. People are dead, Prince. Do you think I don't know that? Reza may be our prime suspect, but he's also a missing person. For all we know, he could be a victim. Maybe someone is making him do this. My point is, we don't know the facts yet. What we need to do is find him and find the murderer. We'll find Reza and go from there. We'll figure it out. Thanks, Sebastian. Anyway, you said you had some information for us. So, what did you find? The bandage you found is something, alright. Of course, it couldn't be anyone's. But why would someone discard theirs in a place like that? It seems suspicious to me, and it's certainly worth checking out. I'll make sure it gets to the right place. The map in the library, I don't know what to think about that. He could have needed a map to plan something, I suppose, but who knows what he really wanted to do with it. It's the kind of detail that, on its own, might not tell us much, but could be crucial later on. Well done, Prince. This gives us some solid points from which we can continue our investigation. You did well in the second investigation. Nice. In any case, thanks for your help. We really do appreciate it. You're welcome. That should be all then. Since Bryce still hasn't come back, I assume the search is still going on, and I better get out there and help him. Guess it's going to be a long day. Can you find your way back to your apartment? Of course. Alright, I'll see you later. Good luck. Finally, some free time. Whatever am I going to do? Looks like there are some messages on the answering machine. Let's see. I just wanted to update you. I still don't have an open shot in the facility for your test, but I'll be free if you want to cash in your reward. You know I'm busy, so this is your chance for your date if you still want to go through with it. Take it or leave it. I don't care much either way. In any case, you know where to find me. I guess the choice is mine. Alright, let's meet up with her. Just on time. Now, where is she? Hello? What's this? Looks like a message. Something came up at the last second. Wait for me. It shouldn't be too long. Anna. I guess at the last second is meant in a literal sense here, or else she could have just called me. Guess we're playing the waiting game then. Okay, it's been like an hour and my patience is slowing but surely running out. I'll wait a little longer. I've already waited this long, so I guess I can wait a little longer. I'm not sure who the world record holder for most patient person is, but now I feel like a contender. Still no sign of her, though. Jeez. Alright, fuck her then. I guess I'll go home. We could try to get into her lab, but, I mean, I don't really... Fuck it, she made me wait all this time. Alright, I'm gonna score myself some sweet lab equipment. That's the least she can do for making me wait. Or maybe I'll just wait inside. Standing around here is getting rather tedious. Pushing the door does nothing, neither does pulling. Guess I'm out of options here. Hey, what's this? Found on the door, the corner of an envelope is noticeably sticking out. Take it. Pulling at the corner, I was now holding the envelope in my hands. Well, I guess I gotta pass the time somehow, right? Let's see. Dear Anna, appointments for the next month. Treatment plan. Dr. Valito. I probably shouldn't be looking at this. Quickly, I put the letter back in the envelope and pushed it through the gap in the door. I looked at Anna's envelope. What are you looking at? Your beautiful door. Where have you been all this time? Reading comprehension must not be your strong suit because my note clearly said I'll be back soon. Note to self, the word soon now refers to a time span of over 2 hours when waiting for a scheduled appointment. Has it really been that long? It certainly didn't feel like it. Alright, sorry for making you wait. You better be, let's just go. Losing track of time happens to the best of us. I'm kind of pissed. She made us wait all this time. Let's just go. I guess we missed our movie. Can't we see the late screening or something? That was the late screening. The theater's closed now. Maybe we should reschedule. That won't work, at least not for me. Today was the only day I could leave early. I won't have another chance anytime soon. So what do we do now? Maybe the coffee place is still open. I don't know. I guess it's better than nothing. Closed as well. That's just peachy. Why do you keep working so late anyway? Because what I'm doing is important. I understand wanting to see things through to completion. How long have you been working on your current project? Not long enough to finish it. It's not good. You're going to burn yourself out. So what? Is your work really worth jeopardizing your health over? You're not going to help anyone if you're dead. If I don't finish this, no one else will. No one else can. Besides, I was only late today because I got your stupid blood work ready. You have the test results? Yeah, want to know what I have to say about them? Definitely. Okay, how much do you know about genetics? A little bit, I guess. Don't worry, I'll put it into words that are easy for you to understand. To start off, I found that, on average, about 90% of your genes are homologous. I don't fucking know how to pronounce that either. To our species genes. That may seem like a lot, but to put it into perspective, about 50% of your DNA is also shared with fruit. To further elaborate, you and your human neighbor back home are probably around 99.9% genetically similar. If you compare to the various sentient species we have here to each other, they would only be around 95 to 97% similar. As for what exactly all this tells us, although a match of 90% sounds like a lot, it's not as much as you might think. Still, for two beings from a different world altogether, that's quite remarkable. Beyond DNA, the biggest similarity between us is within the brain structure, but that's not surprising considering our high-level cognitive abilities. That'll surprise Maverick. What do you mean? He doesn't seem to like humans very much. I'm sure he'll be displeased to know how similar we are. Oh, he doesn't like anyone, really. It's just like me in that way. Yeah, you two would make a great couple. You're a little late for that. I'm already his ex-girlfriend. Really? How did that go? Not how you might think. It actually went pretty well, for a while at least. But in the end, we both got too absorbed in our jobs until we realized we had drifted apart too much and agreed it would be better if we just broke up. I still respect him for the work he does. I mean, we even used to solve crimes together. I'd be in the lab running tests, and he'd be out in the field chasing after the perps. Those were good times. I guess nowadays he just chases after me. What? I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that, but if you know him, maybe you can help me out. I certainly can't help you if you don't tell me what's going on. Okay, but this is just between us, alright? Sure, whatever. Maverick is convinced that I'm the accomplice of a crime. He made a point to tell me that he's searching for proof to legally arrest me, or worse. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Really? It's nothing. He can't find any proof that doesn't exist. Still, it doesn't feel nice to be threatened and stalked, especially by someone like him. That's just him. He gets way too into it, and once he sets his sights on something, I noticed. It's his job. What do you expect? I wish you'd just leave me alone. He wasn't always like this, you know? A couple of years ago, he was assigned to this one case. He was still relatively new on the force, young and eager to help, then reality came crashing down on him. There was a serial killer who shook up the whole town. The victims were apparently eaten. We later found out that the killer's actions were the result of a degenerative disease, which brought his feral nature to the foreground. At that point, we He was just a wild animal, turned into a cannibal that hunted under the shadow of night. Everyone in town was up in arms, terrified that they'd be next. The police did everything they could. A curfew was instated and patrols guarded the streets at night. And then they found him, munching on his 5th victim. Poor little Maverick was not prepared for what he'd find. Stand back, Maverick. I'll handle this. Miles? It was his brother. Step away from the body, Miles. Miles couldn't comprehend their words, and only saw rivals who wanted to take away his prey. And he wasn't about to just let go of it without a fight. Miles raised his head from his kill, blood dripping from his maw. The officer's breaths were smothered by the deathly stillness of the night. Fangs bared, the feral dragon snarled and stood strong in front of his meal, prepared to protect it from the two who intruded upon his territory. Whatever this is, Miles, it's over. Don't make it worse now. In an instant, Miles was upon Bryce. They clashed in a flurry of teeth and claws. Miles had the advantage with a small frame and quick movements, and Bryce could not get a clear hit in. It all happened so fast that Maverick didn't know what to do. They rolled on the ground and Bryce ended up on his back, as helpless as a turtle. Miles pinned him and clamped his jaws on his neck. Bryce's claws were the only thing preventing Miles from biting down, and they were slipping, slick with blood and quivering with fatigue, as he tried to push him off. For a brief moment, Bryce thought he'd meet his end, when the jaws suddenly relaxed and he was able to dislodge them. When he looked up, he saw that Maverick had managed to get Miles from behind. He bit through his brother's neck from above. Blood flowed down Maverick's jaws and over Miles' lifeless body. Bryce had been saved, but the young dragon wore a wide-eyed, empty stare. Maverick blamed himself for not taking better care of his brother. He knew Miles had problems and was taking medication for it, but he wished he could have done more to help him. The medication wasn't the right one, by the way. Maverick takes solace in the fact that he was able to save Bryce, but he's never been the same since that incident. Now he scrutinizes everyone and everything. I'm not sure how that's supposed to help me. It doesn't, but now you know why he is how he is. It's not unusual for him to act like this, so you might just have to wait it out. Anyway, let's get back to your test results, since you were so interested. Did you want a copy of them? Yeah, I'd appreciate that. No problem. I heard you also wanted Reza's blood. Of course, I invited him over too, but that was before you arrived here. And I thought what we had was special. Oh, it is. Reza was too stuck up to agree to anything. He wouldn't even participate in an exhilarating round of trivia board games. Not even that. Can you believe it? I can almost see the sarcasm dripping from your mouth. Still, it's kind of a shame. It would have been interesting to compare your blood to his. What a shame indeed. Let's just enjoy our romantic date in the back alley of a coffee shop. Of course. Unless you want to take this someplace else. What, you don't like hanging around dirty back alleys? I prefer someplace inside. Hey, I bet you'd never had a date in an alley before. I haven't, not sure I ever wanted to. Where's your sense of adventure? Oh, hang on, there it is. Yes, I can feel the adventure kicking in. I'm getting kinda hungry. I figured we'd be having a meal on our date. What? Can't you go a few hours without having to stuff your face? I could offer you a handful of dirt if that's to your taste, Prince. Yeah, we do have our own dirt. Remember, we grabbed a handful of it in the park. That's gross. I'll pass. I already have my own dirt. Sorry, but I already have my own dirt. Oh, really? What kind of dirt would that be? Only the finest, governmentally funded dirt from Tetsu Park. Your filthy back alley stuff has nothing on this. You win this round. Either way, a side dish would be nice. I know this one place that never closes. Let's go there. Sure. After several minutes of walking, Anna led me to the outskirts of town. We arrived at a farmhouse. On one side, fields stretched toward the horizon, and on the other were lush green hills with fenced populations of animals. What kind of restaurant is this supposed to be? Self-serve. You're a bad girl, Anna. I'm no filthy thief. I'm out of here. Seriously doubt that. I know. How well can you hunt? Me? Even if I knew how, it's not like I have any equipment here. Equipment? What a sissy. You've got hands and teeth. What more do you need? A long-range weapon, maybe? Like fire? I suppose even if you could make use of that. Alright, since I'm apparently the only one capable of acquiring food, I'll be right back. And I walked over to a fenced enclosure of animals that reminded me of sheep. She crouched and squeezed herself through the bars, after which I lost sight of her. Waiting game 2.0 start. It only took a couple of minutes for her to return, dragging one of the animals behind her with her now bloody jaws and hands. Dinner's ready. What kind of animal is this? It's called a mufloon. Anyway, do you have a part you'd prefer? See how nice I am? I'm even letting you choose first. Oofle the rump, anything will do. I'm not hungry anymore. We'll go for the full. Good choice. Using one of her claws, she skinned the dead mufloon and divided it into various pieces. Do you want yours grilled or raw? Grilled, unless prepared properly, raw meat carries a significant risk of diseases for us. How inept can your species even be? You can't hunt on your own, and you need tools and help at every step. You don't even have claws to cut things up. I'm not sure how you could ever survive in the wild. Seriously, what god did you piss off to end up like that? Non-humans were made in God's image. Evolution, I have no idea. Humans were made in God's image. Do you really believe that? I do. How cute. I guess that's the only way to make yourself feel superior to other species. She opened her maw wide before a liquid shot from both corners of her mouth and onto the ground below the parts of the mufloon she had prepared. After a few seconds, the liquid burst into flames, heating up her dinner. That's a neat trick. I bet you wish you could do that, huh? Yeah, that'd be pretty badass if you could shoot fucking fire from your mouth, I ain't gonna lie. Right? It comes in handy. How does that work, anyway? Don't you ever burn your mouth? Not at all. There are actually two different components. They only catch on fire when a sufficient quantity of both is present. Interesting. Jeez. Got fucking blood running down her face. Jeez. Flames weakened and grew smaller until they went out, revealing steamy, appetizing pieces of meat. Help yourself. I grabbed a piece, but dropped it as soon as I felt the heat on my fingertips. Ouch, it's still hot. Can't take a little heat, huh? That's too bad. Unaffected by its temperature, she took a piece into her hand, tore a chunk out of it with her teeth, and started chewing. Guess your scales are a good insulator. Evidently so. How does it taste? Just wonderful. Stolen goods always taste best. You can already picture the old farmer reduced to tears after he discovers one of his precious mufloons is gone. What a shame. You're a wild one, Anna. Thanks, I could teach you a thing or two. I think it should be cool enough for your sensitive little fingers now. Carefully, I grabbed one of the pieces, which by now had indeed cooled down enough to not burn me anymore, and took a bite. It was a little bland, I had to admit, but not bad for something that was alive less than an hour ago and prepared in the wild. How do you like your mufloon, Anna? Use a few spices, not bad. Feel like a wild animal. Not bad. Especially at that price. How often do you just go out and hunt on your own? Only when necessary, when I feel like it. I still go to fancy restaurants because I can afford it. But they don't mean much to me. For me, it's all about the experience, and one isn't necessarily better than the other. I can see your point. That was unusual, but fun. Certainly isn't how I thought the evening would go, but it was pretty fun. Anyways, I'm stuffed. Me too. Still plenty left over. What are we gonna do with it all? Just leave it here. Hey, maybe the old farmer will help himself to it. How nice of us to leave some for him. Won't this attract predators or something? Talk about recycling. Yeah, won't this attract predators? So what? They need to eat too. Should probably leave before that senile has-been wakes up from his evening nap. Yeah, let's go. Well, he's gonna have a bad night. Well, that was interesting. Wait a minute, I've got something for you. Here you go, your test results, black on white. Thanks, but did you really need to spend all that extra time getting this done today? I just wanted to get it over with when I had the chance. Maybe you should start thinking about not working so late on a regular basis. It might do you some good, Anna. Why do you think so? I'm just saying, if it usually gets as bad as it did today, it's not a good sign. I just didn't pay attention to the time, but I guess that's because I barely go out anyway, and I didn't even think about watching the clock. Okay, point taken. What are you going to do? I'll think about it. You know, now that this date is officially over, if I don't work overtime every single day, I could fit you in for your end of the deal. Of course, you didn't forget about that. I'll let you know the details, or just call me if I forget. Sure. Nothing's going on today. Guess I can do whatever. We can either meet with Remy, Lorraine, Bryce. We haven't met with Remy or Lorraine yet, but let's get some lunch. Order some lunch. I remember that Adine had told me that the cafe did deliveries as well, and not having anything else better to do, I figured I should try it out. I made my order with a quick phone call, and it wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Well, that was quick. Just so happened that Adine herself stood in the doorway, dripping wet and with damp containers in her grip. Oh no, it's raining out. Oh no! Oh no! Oh damn. Oh, it's you again. I thought we were over this, but at least you didn't reduce me to my species anymore. Likewise, or hey. I do remember your name, though. It was Prince, right? That's right. Here's your order. Sorry I got a little wet, but it should still be okay. What happened to you? You fall into a river or something? You're soaked. Why don't you come in? Well, thanks for the food. Well, why don't you come in? Thanks. I was just about to ask if I could stay for a little while. This is actually my last delivery for the day, and I live on the other side of town. Of course, I couldn't let you fly back when it's this ugly outside. I don't think they fly though, do they? Doesn't seem like it. Feel right at home. I better eat this before it gets cold. I sat down at the table and started eating my food while Adine decided to take a seat opposite of myself. Do you like it? Yeah, I ordered something I knew I'd actually like this time. I didn't want to make the same mistake I did earlier today. Earlier today? Huh? Anyway. Do you have something similar where you come from? We do. As a matter of fact, it's almost scary how close it is to what we have back home. Really? Maybe we all just share a similar taste. Maybe. At least that's what I think. So, what do you do when you aren't working in the restaurant? Do you have a family? Well, most of the time I take care of my kids. Oh, nice. How many children do you have? They aren't really my children per se, I just take care of them. You're more of a foster parent then? Not quite. These are orphan children I'm talking about. I just volunteer to spend some time with them, so I'm really more of a babysitter and teacher all in one. I currently take them in and care for them 24/7 like a proper parent would. I'd love to, but I work far too much to be a single parent. With the amount of time I spend at the restaurant, I don't think the kids would be any better off, so I just help out whenever I can. Very nice of you. Thanks, these kids already don't get a very good hand in life. I just thought that if I can make even a small difference for them, it'd be worth it. I see. What about hobbies? Do you have any? Can I ask a question for a change? No. Tell her no. Well, can you? Sure, go ahead. Well, I don't really know much about you. Actually, I'm not sure if there is anyone here who does. What would you like to know? What did you do before you came here? Nothing special. Avoid the question by making a bad pun that's classified. Nothing special. Nothing special, really. I mean, I have my degrees, but this is the first time I did something that was actually related to them. The work I did previously was just to keep afloat. I know what you mean. I suppose it's my turn again, so tell me about your hobbies. The one I enjoy most is probably flying. Oh, they can fly. Okay. I didn't know if they could or not, because we haven't heard of any of them flying up to this point. Or seen it, so... Well, not just flying. I do aerobatics or stunt flying. I've been doing that on and off for a couple of years now. Must be the most overqualified delivery flyer in history, then. That's a cool, but also pretty useless hobby. What's that? You must be the most overqualified delivery person. Actually, that might not be so far from the truth. I'm actually hoping to be part of a competition in some time. So you can do all that, but a little rain is too much? Are you that good or awesome? Where can I watch that? I suppose that depends on whether you will still be here when it takes place. It's part of a festival we hold in this town every year. Okay, since it is my turn again, well, this might be an unusual question, so when they said it was a human that would be coming here, I kind of expected something a little different. Well, what did you expect? I'm not sure exactly, but they do say it was humans that made us who we are today. You don't seem so different from us, though. I mean, yeah, you do look different from us, but you're not really anything like some of the things that they have been saying about your kind. I could say the same thing about you. Really? Yeah, we have plenty of myths about dragons. Like what? Too many to list. Dragons are greedy, man-eating monsters. Dragons are creatures. Dragons are greedy, man-eating monsters. That's like the general consensus, right? Dragons are greedy, man-eating monsters. Well, according to some, you are greedy, man-eating monsters, and also sometimes associated with evil and the apocalypse. Well, that's not very nice. Well, they didn't really have many things to say nice about humans either. To be fair, some of what we have about you isn't very nice either. Yeah, exactly. You, good to know you aren't vicious monsters then. Oh, we can be vicious if we want to be. We just usually know better. Well, no matter what you might think about humans, I can assure you that I am in no way special or supernatural. I disagree with that. Why? You say that you aren't special, but just the fact that you're here with us right now is quite special to me and many others. Just try to see it the other way around. You know, you have a good point. What were you thinking when you first heard about us? I thought it was a joke. I was unsure. Thought it was awesome. I mean, I would think it would be a joke. An April Fool's joke. I thought it was a joke, of course. All of that changed once I came through the portal. See, having something you've only heard about in stories turns out to be real is quite special. And it's not just the discovery of you dragons. We found a portal to an entirely different world. We still haven't figured that one out. Neither have we. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. By the way, interesting selection of books you have there. Draconic Desire, X-Men Sphere, are these yours? No, they were already here when I moved in. Have you read any of them? I did read Sheridan and the Scepter of Severity. How did you like it? It wasn't really my kind of thing. It was entertaining, but nothing special, or I loved it. It was entertaining, but nothing special. Quote that. Nothing special is a good way to describe the entire series, actually. Oh, you've got Price and Prayer. You should totally read that one. You think so? Why is that? It's not just an interesting story, it's based on true events. The author is so right when he says there's a lot we can learn from what happened back then. I'm not sure if it's my kind of book. I'll check it out when I have the time. It's hard for me to find the time to read anything nowadays. Well, yeah, being an ambassador for a different planet is, probably keeps your free time pretty booked, huh? We'll say I'll check it out when I have the time. Let me know when you do. I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say about it. Alright, since you asked about my family earlier, I'm going to do the same. Is there a Mr. or Mrs. Prince back home? Is there a Mr. or Mrs. Prince back home waiting for you? No, can't say there is. How about a potential Mr. or Mrs. Prince then? Are you looking to date anyone? We'll say maybe. Come on, tell me. It's none of your business. There isn't really anyone. Okay, there's someone. Okay, there's someone. Oh, it's a shame you can't be with them now then. Oh, are you talking about someone you met here? Maybe. Oh my. Would it happen to be someone I know? Maybe. Well, who is it? I'm not sure how many questions that was, but I'm sure it's not your turn anymore. Or are you even still playing this game? Well, you started it, just having fun, so you gotta play by the rules. You gotta play by the rules. Well, go ahead then. You know, why don't we make this a little more interesting while we're at it? What do you suggest? Truth or dare? What's that? We continue asking questions, but if one of us doesn't want to answer the question, we have to do something the other person tells us to. I don't even know what kind of dare I would make you do. It could be something that would make us uncomfortable or something you'd like to see me do. Anything? Well, keep in mind that revenge might be coming quicker than you think, so don't ask someone for anything you wouldn't do yourself. Got it. So, who's first? You asked the last few questions, so it's only fair if I start. Alright. Part of your body is the most ticklish. What the fuck? What is your most guarded secret? Or what's the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to you? We're gonna go with that one. That's an easy question, right? Let me think. There was the one time when I was still a teenager, I was messing around and wanted to try out a new flying maneuver, a barrel roll. Needless to say, it ended badly. I guess you didn't succeed then? No, the roll itself went fine, but I lost control after that and plunged right to the ground. Ouch. Oh, were you hurt? No, luckily I wasn't too high when I did it, and there was a great puddle of mud on the ground right where I landed. Of course, all my friends were there to see it. That wasn't enough to stop you from ever trying again? No, if anything, it only made me want to try harder. Since it is my turn now, what is your greatest wish? World peace, be the very best, like no one ever was, be rich. World peace. Even though that's asking for way too much. More than anything, I'd want there to be peace on Earth. That is an honorable wish, Prince. Okay, my turn. Alright, she went real easy on me there. What would you do if you were invisible for a day? Are you scared of dying? What do you think is your biggest physical flaw? Oh, that's a good one. Well, I wouldn't really call it a flaw, but if I could change one thing, it would probably be these stripes on my muzzle. I don't like them very much. I think they're cute, I agree with you there, I'm not sure I'd agree with that. I think they're cute. No matter if people like them or not, they always stand out. That's what I don't like. If you knew the world was about to end, what would you do? Enjoy life to the fullest until the last moment, say my last goodbyes and hope for the best, stay outside and watch it all unfold before my eyes, hide in a bunker deep underground. Damn, I mean, there's not much you could do. I mean, if it was just guaranteed to end, right? What really could you do? I guess I would just enjoy life to the fullest until the last moment. Not really much else you could do, right? Going out with a bang, huh? If you could come back with me to my world right now, would you do it? What's your biggest regret? If I asked you to kiss me, would you do it? If you could come back with me to my world right now, would you do it? That's a very difficult question, you know. Of course, I'd love to visit, maybe as some sort of vacation, but if you're talking about permanently, I'm not sure if I could just pack up and leave everything behind just like that. Alright, so from those you have met here so far, who is the one you fancy most? I think I'll take a dare for this one. Oh, finally. What am I going to have you do? Whatever you like. No, I honestly have no idea. Take your time. Alright, let me think for a minute. Oh, looks like it's getting late. Wait, what time is it? Oops, seems like we've been here longer than I thought. I probably should be going now. Seems like the rain has stopped too. Yeah, that's great. You know, if you want me to come over again, you don't have to order anything to do it. Here's my private number. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Bye. Well, she's a lot nicer than the other one. That's the end of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Passion. The morning sun declared the arrival of a new day and woke me from my vivid dreams. Memories of my home enclosed within the towering perimeter wall raced through my head. The peaceful landscape outside the apartment window stood in defiance of these old thoughts. Rolling hills and blue sky were familiar to me now, and the purity of the sight gave me hope. Oh boy, let me guess, another freaking murder, right? It seems to be the ongoing theme at this point. We investigate a murder, and some weird stuff happens, and then we go on a date with dragons. Prince, please come with me. What's going on? You sound serious. The chief will explain everything once we arrive. Okay. I don't think he sounds serious. I think he sounds like a South Park character, but... a Canadian South Park character, but whatever. That's the voice I do for him. Hey, Chief, Prince is here. Thanks, Sebastian. You can deal with the situation here while I talk to Prince, alright? Of course. Prince, I've got some really bad news. Well, what is it? You know Anna, right? I've met her, yes. How about her assistant? Can't say I have. Well, that's him. Oh, shit. And here's more bad news. The blood we found on the first victim in town matches the DNA evidence found on the second victim at the power facility. Furthermore, the murder weapon and method appear to be the same across all three victims, and that's going to be a big problem for you. Why is that? Because with these three murders, Raza now qualifies as a serial killer. We won't be able to keep this whole thing quiet for much longer. Higher authorities, including the ministry in charge of your whole visit, will know about this soon. I have no idea what will happen once they do. I'm not sure what to say to that. I don't want to worry you, but we can be sure that action will be taken soon. I've been considering this possibility for a while and think it might be best if you went back to your own world for now. This way we can take action before the ministry does, and before this all becomes public. If we wait, we don't know what they'll do or how the public will react. With everything going on, it's too dangerous for you to stay here. No. This would be the worst possible time for me to leave. We've given up our PDAs and hardly have anything to show for it. We are owed several more generators, and let's not forget that Raza is still missing. If I leave now, the only thing I return home with is my life. I've lost everything else. We need those generators, Bryce. I have no idea if your authorities will continue to uphold our deal, or what they do to Raza, but I'm not leaving until this is over. If that's your decision, then so be it. Anyway, let's get back on track. I called you here for a reason, Prince. In addition to the murder, several things were stolen. Among them, your PDAs, batteries, and some components used to build generators. Does that ring any bells? Not really. Raza might have some knowledge of electronics, but I doubt he has enough to assemble one of your generators, even if he had the parts. Strange. Even so, it's fair to assume Raza's involvement at this point. No one else has a greater motive to steal the PDAs, especially after what happened between him and Maverick. Unless someone wanted to frame Raza in order to sabotage this whole operation. Do you really believe that? Hey, I'm just saying that it's possible. I'll shelf that idea under possible but unlikely. Hey, Chief, are we done here? Pretty much. Why do you ask? We just got a message from the high-ups. You and Prince are to report to the Ministry of Culture and Arts immediately. Immediately, as in right now? Yeah, apparently. What's going on? To be frank, I don't know. This is an extraordinary situation, and now that it's getting out of hand, they must want to address it. So, the worst possibility. Maybe it's not going to be a big deal. Maybe they're going to throw a surprise party for us. Yes, it's going to be a marvelous fucking party, that's for sure. So the worst possibility. The If you expect the worst, at least you won't be disappointed. Sebastian, you can finish up here and go to the ministry when you're done. We'll probably have to make some arrangements after this meeting. Sure thing, Chief. Let's go then, shall we? It's not like we have a choice. Oh, shit. Alright. Wonder what they're going to have to say about all this. The hell is she? That was quicker than I expected. I wouldn't have minded waiting out here a little longer. Greetings, Minister. Greetings. Shall we go inside for our official business? No, I've got everything I need right here. It gets so stuffy inside on hot days. My assistant doesn't seem to mind, but I prefer the fresh air. I'd rather just stay right here unless you have any objections. I don't. I see. Well, I know I haven't exactly been up to date in regards to Raz's sudden disappearance, but to get the message today that he is a confirmed serial killer was quite shocking. Frankly, I'm curious as to why the facts of this case have been withheld from me for so long. Simply because they weren't within your jurisdiction. The murders were strictly a police matter. Only with the amount of new evidence, namely the DNA and blood we found on these 3 murders, now being linked together, and to him, did your ministry have to become involved. I see. So Raz's involvement is now undeniable? I'm afraid so, Minister. Facts are nothing to be afraid of. Though, in light of all this, I'm starting to worry about my personal safety. With our thick hides, I don't think our species has much to fear if we consider the murder weapon. Speak for yourself. You don't think someone of my standing needs protection? Oh, for sure. If you were worried about your personal safety, we could look into an escort for you. Good. Considering all the murders that took place during the night, I'll certainly need it. Long days are endemic in my line of work. But that's enough about myself. We now face the question of what should be done about Raza and Prince. Minister, we continue our hunt for Raza every day. As a matter of fact, Prince has been helping us do so for a while now. Is that so? One human a murderer, another a detective? Interesting. And how do we know Prince isn't following a similar plan to Raza's, whatever that may be? Similar concerns were leveled by Raza's escort, Maverick. It was his overreaction that caused Raza to run away in the first place. Let the human talk for once, Chief. Please, Prince, enlighten me. You and Raza came here on the same mission, and the situation has escalated beyond our expectations. What you tell me now will determine the actions I'll take on this matter. Maybe you should start by telling me your side of the events from the beginning. Raza was fine during his early days here. Things only went wrong after you arrived. I opened my mouth, but Bruce spoke first, determined to defend me. Arguably, the problems that caused all of this were apparent even then. How so? Maverick suspected Raza of planning something, but I didn't think he had a case. Well, did he? No. What he had was a suspicion. The night he followed Raza, he found both him and Prince at the portal. The humans intended to send one of their promised generators through, but there was a confrontation, and with both Maverick and Prince wounded, and Raza running away. Raza's been missing ever since. I've read the reports already, Chief. The question is, did Maverick cause this, or did he just fail to prevent it? I have no way of knowing that, Minister. You just mentioned your apparent knowledge of problems back then. Problems. Oh, sorry. This is Bryce talking. Problems may not have been the right word. Let's just say Maverick's attitude was not helpful during that encounter. Why did you choose Maverick as his escort in the first place? Protection for the human ambassador was my greatest concern when I made that decision, and Maverick was the most capable individual in that regard. Well, that worked out nicely, didn't it? You also seem to think that Maverick shouldn't have remained Raza's escort. Is that true? Yes, I had paid more attention to the warning signs. This situation may have been avoided. So you accept responsibility for the incident? Yes, Minister. I see. Now, let us get back to the topic of Prince. Raza was your partner in humanity's mission to come to this world. His list of criminal activities not only includes murder, but also theft of generators, electronic components, and the PDA your people gave to us. I understand why Bryce would reason that you could help the investigation, but we have no other choice but to be suspicious of Raz's partner. What was your motivation when you agreed to help us? Bryce wouldn't let me say no. It is my best bet of finding the truth, or it is beneficial to my actual mission. Beneficial to my actual mission. And what would that be? The deal between our races. I firmly stand by our original agreement. If Raza is involved with these crimes, I want no part of it. It has nothing to do with me or the reasons I came here in the first place. If his actions are endangering this agreement in any way, I want to put a stop to him. I see. Well, after reading up on the whole situation and hearing both your accounts, I believe that Prince is trustworthy. Nevertheless, I think Prince presents a great risk. Why is that? After this meeting, I will hold a press conference to inform the public of the current situation. The people must know of the danger posed by Raza. No matter what Bryce and I think about your involvement, the public could feel differently. You, me, and Bryce will have to face the backlash resulting from this information becoming public. Oh my god. Come on, man, get the fucking shit off the screen. And what's more, Prince, you might be in real danger yourself. Raza himself may come to silence you once he learns that you are helping us, or consider the public uproar from those who would question your involvement. All things considered, it would be for the best if you return to your own world until the situation has been resolved. I come to the very same conclusion, Minister. Then, with your support, this is what shall be done. Please don't. You don't agree? If you send me back now, this diplomatic relationship is over. I'd have to admit defeat to humanity. There is no way I can return without your generators, our PDAs, or Raza. Maybe you could explain to them what a great choice of an ambassador Raza was. But I was his partner, so in a way, he is my responsibility. I can't just go back like this. I'm afraid that's not enough. It certainly doesn't outweigh our reasons for sending you home. Please, just let me explain. I'll tell you everything. Years ago, our world was prosperous. Our technology was far more advanced than yours. Even. Computers not only graced every household, but every single person. It was the age of information. Even children had the power to access the most advanced knowledge at their fingertips. With our PDAs, our interconnectedness with other people and our environment was greater than ever. From locomotion to repetitious work and household chores, many processes were automated to such a degree that except for our jobs and hobbies, there was nothing that needed to be done by a person anymore. Even the concept of someone wielding a weapon was outdated, as wars were no longer fought by people, but machines. Looking back, it was probably the single most prosperous time in human history. Exploitation of the environment and other people was at an all-time low, as was crime. Conversely, our technological advancements had drastically increased quality of life. Humans were no longer required for strenuous and repetitive tasks. Education had reached an all-time high, and many new jobs were created. General happiness had reached levels never seen before. Yet, one day, everything changed. A solar flare that was headed for Earth was detected by an automated monitoring system. It was determined to be so powerful that it dwarfed all others ever recorded in history. We had less than a week to prepare. Chaos hit much earlier than that, as people scrambled to shield themselves and their possessions from the incoming ion storm. On a worldwide level, power lines were switched off, satellites reorientated in space, and planes grounded to mitigate the effects that would hit us. Despite humanity's continuously plan for such an event and all of our efforts, we were still not prepared for the sheer magnitude of the solar flare that arrived. It was only then, when our race had become so dependent on technology, that we were immeasurably vulnerable against this kind of disaster. That day, a force with the power of 10 billion Hiroshima bombs was unleashed onto our atmosphere. The eyewitness reports from this day were varied as they were terrifying. a huge, beautiful aura that could be seen on the horizon before fireballs hurled across the sky. In some places, these lights became so bright that even those asleep at night awoke, as though day had already arrived. Coronal mass ejection by itself did not have the power to kill anyone directly, but the side effects were disastrous. After the lights in the sky arrived, sparks showered from electrical outlets everywhere, igniting rampant fires in every town and city. Facilities that stored weapons, fireworks, or other explosives became centers of widespread destruction and loss of life. During the next stage, the solar flare started to affect body modifications and caused commonplace pacemakers and nanomachines to fail. 15% of the world's population died as the result of this alone. Once the full power of the waves hit us, however, society as we knew it collapsed in one fell swoop. Power grids on Earth shut down in an instant, as did all the machines that automated our routine tasks. Long-distance communication and transport became a thing of the past. Without electrical power, the quality of healthcare plummeted, and water and sewage systems were crippled. Diseases we thought defeated centuries ago made their comeback in a most unsightly fashion. Many thought the end of the world had arrived, and in a way, it had. Some people blamed whoever their belief system would allow, angry at the gods that had forsaken them. Others pointed their fingers at our lifestyle and society. Not that anyone was listening. Practically, we were back in the Middle Ages. Governments collapsed and were overthrown, and the ensuing powers vacuums filled with groups of people that were sometimes organized and sometimes not. The few functioning electronic devices left became rare, sought after artifacts over which battles and even wars were fought. Of course, there was also wars over resources and territory. The weaponry used was improvised, or reclaimed from the days when humans had been present on the battlefield. It had been ages, but people returned to the old bloody ways of war. Humanity is in shambles now. Those that I'd call family and friends now live with me in a giant, mostly self-sufficient city-state of survivors. A huge wall around the perimeter, guarded by militia, prevents any outside interference. It's the only way we can retain a modicum of order. Gangs of rioters and looters run rampant on the outside. They wouldn't hesitate to kill first and ask questions later if they had known about my PDA. Our contained community has flourished for years now. We have homes to live in, crops to grow, and livestock to raise, and still have our own automated hospital that runs on salvage generators. Lately, though, supplies have started to run low, and dangerously so. The power we have is running out. Illness is spreading around through the city, and treatment isn't as available as it used to be. Our population is dropping by the day. We took a great risk to increase the radius of our scouting missions, desperate to find something outside the wall that could help us. You already know the rest of the story. We found the portal and you. And now you know why this whole thing is so important to me. All our hopes lie in acquiring the generators you promised us. The act of sending Reza and me here was, without a doubt, already cost the lives of sending people back home. Beyond the city walls is a dead zone. We haven't heard from any other settlements for months now. The state of the rest of our world is unknown. When Raza and I were sent here, my peers made it clear that this was our last chance. If anything happens to us, no more people will be sent. If we can't manage to bring something that will help, we'll have sealed the fate of the tens of thousands that live in our city. I'm sorry, Prince. I didn't know. If what you are telling me is true, and unfortunately does not work in your favor, as sad as your situation may be, it gives Raza a motive. Desperate times call for desperate measures, after all. In that vein, it also gives you a motive. Considering the gravity of the human plight, it gives you all the more reason to collaborate with him. I'm not. What Raza is doing is wrong. You can't send me away under these circumstances because I'm your best bet at finding him. Even so, you would still be in grave danger after we announce Raza's involvement in the murders. I cannot and will not take responsibility for the consequences when I know of the risks. What about our deal, then? In the wake of this new information and as a sign of goodwill We will send the generators you are owed through the portal once this is over, under 2 conditions. Humanity must condemn Rez's actions, and we must reclaim the stolen PDAs. I've changed my mind. You should let Prince stay here. I cannot take your word under consideration in this matter, Chief. Taking into account Maverick's actions and your responsibility for them, you will have to be dealt with separately. With my authority as a Minotaur in charge of the human visit, my decision is to have Prince sent back to the human world through the portal. Please, immediately. Chief, please arrange for an escort to take Prince to the portal now. I could do it myself, Minister. Well, we have our own matters to discuss, Chief, and I would rather get that over with as quickly as possible. In that case, one of my officers should be here any moment. I arranged for him to meet us here. How handy. Then let us wait for this officer of yours. It didn't take long for Sebastian to arrive. After the situation was explained, he was visibly shocked, but didn't protest when he was given the task of sending me back through the portal. Let's go, Prince. Don't I even get to say goodbye? Let us not waste any more time. You will still be free to send letters after you have arrived on the other side. Just go, Prince. Come on, then. We were silent as Sebastian and I slowly made our way to the portal. With each step I took, I drew closer and closer to the helplessness waiting for me in the ruins of the human world. All in all, I certainly had a unique experience alongside these dragons, and although this place was filled with just as much drama and murder as back home, I would remember this world and all the people I met. I would fondly think back to the days I spent in their comfortable standard of living, a shadow of how humanity used to be. Even without the generators, at the very least, I'd be returning home with a few life lessons. What's going on here? Lost in thought, I hadn't even noticed Adine approach. It's none of your concern. Please leave. Can't I even get a few minutes before I go? I suppose nobody's stopping us, but make it quick. Hey, Prince. What's going on here? Something serious happened. Looks like I have to leave. Right now? Why? It was the minister's decision, not mine. You'll hear all about it soon enough. Does this have anything to do with what I've been hearing? Is Reza really a murderer? I'm afraid so. Oh. Well, what does that make you? I don't have anything to do with that. I was hoping the police would find him. Then why are you leaving? They don't want me to stay here with all of this going on. It's for my own safety. Well, it was nice to get to know you at least. Likewise. I guess I should get going. Goodbye, Prince. Goodbye, Adine. I remember her. That was the witness from Reza's first murder. Did you know her? Only a little. I see. A few minutes later, we arrived at the portal, standing proud as ever in defiance of the elements. How many years had the structure survived before it was found? I hope I can remember how this thing works. Are you joking? Yeah, sorry. I got it. Alright, I suppose it's time for us to say goodbye. Let's keep it professional. I don't like to mix personal matters with work. He looked away, and I shrugged. Go ahead and turn it on, then. Will you stand between the pillars, please? Of course. I took my place and stared toward the horizon while I thought about what would happen now, in this world and others. Even if I made a break for it, I'd become a fugitive, no better than Raza. It would be near impossible to investigate the case by myself, while on the run in a world I knew so little about. At the very least, I took comfort in the fact that I did everything I could to help, even if it turned out like this. Nevertheless, I dreaded going back empty-handed and returning to my old life in our ruined city. Any second now, the teleportation process would start, disintegrating my body before I would reappear on the other side, back in my dying world. I wondered if there was any risk of getting lost somewhere between worlds. We didn't really know how the portals worked, after all. Maybe I'd be flung somewhere else in space-time, or it might affect my body in some way. I hadn't noticed any unusual changes in my body since I arrived in the Dragon's world, but I had no way of knowing if there were potential long-term side effects. I still remembered the images I saw when I teleported the first time. The vivid sights and patterns, people and situations I have recognized since then. It only took a moment to arrive at the other side of the portal, yet it felt like I had dreamed 1,000 dreams. And during the nights I spent here, these dreams had often reappeared. Any time now, I would undergo the same experience again. I was almost relieved that my adventure was over. Things had turned out far differently than expected. I evaded danger, got swept into a murder investigation, and met incredible, intelligent beings from several different species. It had certainly been a time to remember. With that thought, I closed my eyes and braced myself for the moment that would come any second now. But that moment never came. The next thing that did happen was that I heard Sebastian's voice. It's not working. Are you joking again? No, really, it's not working. Wait, what is this? Oh shit, somebody sabotaged it. It's broken. Can you fix it? I don't think so. This doesn't look like a simple act of vandalism. It looks like some parts were torn out. I guess that means I'm not leaving, huh? Not yet, at least. Well, what do we do now? Let's head back. The chief has to know about this right away. Hey, how's it going, Dark? Good to see you tonight, man. Yeah, I've never played this game before, but it's got really good reviews, and I wanted to check it out. Something totally different. Figured, it's April Fool's Day, so I figured I'd play something a little silly, something a little different. Anyway, we were back at the ministry before long. Emra and Bryce were still outside as Remy approached the two of them. Here are the case files, Emra. Why, thank you. Prince and an officer, what is this about, Emra? This is what I'd like to know. Please, officer, enlighten me. Why has my order not been carried out? The portal is broken. It's broken? Yeah, it looks like someone tampered with it and stole parts. I couldn't even get the interface to turn on. We'll check it out once I'm done here. I suppose Prince will stay with us for a little longer after all. Seeing how this is an emergency situation, I will make this short. Chief, as a result of your carelessness regarding Maverick and Raza, you were temporarily removed from any duties relating to the humans. Given these dangerous times, you will instead serve as my personal escort until further notice. Considering the circumstances, you will be allowed to coordinate the investigation of the portal, but after that, you are to immediately return to me to start your new task. Understood? Understood. Then all of you are dismissed. She turned to leave, Remy trailing after her. Alright, let's head to the portal. That includes you, Prince. Of course. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a sheet of paper on the ground. Hey, what's this? Emra probably dropped one of the case files. Either her or her assistant. You better bring that to her. Sebastian and I should hurry to the portal. Meet us there afterwards, okay? Sure. He said it looks like Pokemon. It's got a similar art style. I picked up the sheet and started reading. It was about what had happened when I met Raza at the portal. Of course, it didn't say anything I didn't already know. As I walked up the stairs, I wondered if it was okay for an unauthorized person to enter the building. All I knew about the place was that Emra worked there. I did have an important document that was going to be missed, so I walked inside only to be greeted by an empty lobby. Luckily, there were some signs directing me to Emra's office. It didn't take long to find it, and I heard voices when I approached the door. By the way, what happened to the scroll you brought me this morning? The last time I saw it, it did not have that tear. I dropped it. Tell me something new for once. Okay, somebody else dropped it. Am I supposed to believe that, Remy? Are you aware of how much this costs? Repairing and replacing artifacts is not cheap. I am afraid we will have to deduct this from your wage again. I see. You're not doing this on purpose, are you? Of course not. You've been working for me for a long time now. I expected you to learn at some point, but you were very resistant to do so. Not wanting to listen to this any longer, I decided to knock. There were a few seconds of silence. Please, come in. I only opened the door long enough to hand Remy the sheet of paper. I think you dropped this outside. After I closed the door and started to walk away, I heard the voices resume. This is from one of the case files you requested. You must have dropped it. Then why was it left outside? As my assistant, you should have paid more attention. If this got into the wrong hands, someone could get in trouble. I made my way back to the portal and arrived shortly after Bryce and Sebastian. Well, I can confirm that it's not turning on. I told you that already. Just wanted to be sure. You really think it would still work with a chunk ripped out of it? Hey, I'm not an engineer. We don't know how the portal works. Was it another try? I think it was worth another try. There you are, Prince. What do you make of this? I'm afraid I don't know any more than you do. I'm not an engineer either. In that case, we should start thinking about the who and when. There are patrols assigned to the portal and surrounding area day and night. If someone tampered with the portal, they must have seen something. Today's day patrol didn't notice anything unusual, though. I guess you just missed the part about the portal being vandalized. It'd be easy to overlook. It's a small part of the machine. It's not like she was expected to check every square inch of it with each lap around the area. What about the night patrol then? When I went over the reports this morning, I noticed the night patrol hadn't handed theirs in yet. And who was patrolling last night? Let me think for a minute. The schedule always goes in a certain order, so last night would have been... damn. What is it? The night patrol for last night would have been Maverick. I got wrapped up in all the recent chaos and forgot to find a replacement for him when he went on sick leave. Maybe Emerald was right to take me off the case. So there was no night guard at all? That's right. Whoever it was had an easy time doing whatever they wanted. Could it have been Maverick? If he knew no one was going to be here, he could have used that knowledge to his advantage. Couldn't have known that I'd forget to find a replacement, though. I don't usually slip up like this. What about Raza? Why would he have done it? He'd be cutting off his only way out. No, he'd be doing something smart. If he has the part needed to get the portal working again, he's in control of who gets to use it. He's cutting off our ability to communicate with mankind. Why wouldn't he be able to inform them? Why wouldn't... Oh my gosh, I'm getting tired. I've been going for 3.5 hours. Hopefully you guys enjoy my voice acting for this, though. We wouldn't be able to inform them of Raza's actions. Maybe we shouldn't have kept the investigation secret for this long. If your theory is true, that would be proof that Raza's actions are his own, not humanity's. Hey, I already trust you on that. Or it's a stunt to grant humanity plausible deniability. No way. Things are too dire for the humans to take such an extraordinary risk, especially for that. I'm sure that wouldn't have been the only reason they'd benefit, though. There must be something we're not aware of. Maybe we're looking at this from the wrong angle. No one else was here to guard the portal. Anyone could have broken it. It doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with Raza or Maverick. But they still have the greatest motives. Sure, but they definitely aren't the only ones to have one. There could be private groups who are interested in the technology or its significance as a human artifact. So that puts us exactly nowhere. At least as far as speculation is concerned, it's about time for forensics to show up. Anyway, let's hope they can pull some clues from all this. Sebastian, can you take it from here? You've been just as dedicated to the case as I have. Since I'll have to be at the minister's side for a while, I'd like you to take charge of the investigation for now. Thanks, Chief. I won't let you down. What's up with that anyway? Being appointed as Emmer's bodyguard as punishment just seems strange to me. Are you kidding? I could have lost my job. This is a way better outcome. Honestly, she probably did it for her own sake more than anything else, but I'm not complaining. If that's all, I'm gonna head back to the ministry. I shouldn't keep her waiting. No, I'm not leaving just yet, Dark. I'm gonna finish this chapter up and then I'm gonna call it. So what does that make you now? Temporary chief? More like case leader. By the way, we won't need to stick around while forensics does their job. Thanks for your help. I assume you can find your way back to your apartment? Yeah, of course. Alright, I'll see you later then. See ya. I considered spending my free time roaming the town, but decided that it would be best to keep myself out of the spotlight. After cooking myself a rudimentary meal, I considered picking up another book when the doorbell rang. Hey, Prince. Hey, Sebastian. Do you need my help again? Just a small town police department, and with Bryce removed from the case, our resources are thinner than ever. I understand, so what do you have for me? First up is the primary witness in the latest murder, the victim's colleague, Anna. She was the one who found his body. A few things have changed since this morning. as we've gotten some additional information from forensics that warrant further questioning. She could be found in the production facility. You seemed interested in the underground building found near the portal. I realize you might actually be able to help us with that. Since it's suspected to be of human origin, your opinion would be greatly appreciated. I guess I should add archaeologist to my resume. Maybe human matters consultant would be more appropriate. You really think it's okay for me to tamper with your priceless discoveries? Oh, you wouldn't actually go there in person. I just want you to take a look at the collected information in the archives and give us your opinion. Besides, no one is allowed to visit at the moment. The building is old and unstable, and there is danger of it collapsing or flooding. Obviously, we don't want either of those to happen. Flooding? Yes, the whole building is underground, and we've determined that there is a rather large pocket of water surrounding it. Any kind of disturbance could endanger everything and everyone inside. I see. We also located another witness for the latest murder. A store clerk reported seeing and hearing something, so it's probably worth to ask him a few questions. Got it. Here are all the details. Visit me at the department once you're done. Sure thing. It was interesting that they still relied on me for their investigations, even after they tried to send me back to my world. I didn't expect them to allow me to help with police matters after everything that had happened. Now that the possibility of sending me back was eliminated, the advantages of having me on their side apparently outweighed the risks, though I had to wonder who would have to be more careful from now on. What should I do? We can either visit the production facility, visit the police archives, or visit the store. Let's go to the police archives. That seemed to be his top priority. I was on my way to the police station when a voice called out to me. Hey, you! I'm talking to you, human. Who is this? Can I help you? I certainly hope so. I'm in a little conundrum here. My cart seems to be stuck. I can see that. I'm Katoshiru, by the way, local ice cream vendor. Prince, you've probably heard of me by now. Of course, of course. In any case, do you think you could spare some time to help me out? It might take a while, though, so I hope you're not in a rush. Sure, I'll help you. Thank you. Now, I already tried just pulling it out, but I think the axle is going to break if I try to do that again. It wasn't really in the best condition to begin with, honestly, and I heard a crack when I tried to pull it out earlier. So what do you want me to do? The cart is pretty heavy, so I'll be the one lifting it and holding the wheel steady so the axle doesn't break. Once I give you the sign, you start pulling, and hopefully that'll do the trick. Alright. Here, grab the handles and wait for my signal. By the time I had gotten into position, because... How do you pronounce his name? Katshiraru? I'm not from fucking Japan, so I can't read Japanese shit. Katsharu. We'll just call him Kasharu. Kasharu was already on the other side of the cart, getting dirty as he slowly lifted the affected corner of the cart out of the muddy hole. Hey! Is that your sign? Should I start pulling now? Do it! Do it now! I started pulling, but the cart turned out to be much heavier than I expected and didn't move. What are you waiting for? Do it already! I pulled harder, but the cart still refused to budge. I mustered all my strength before I pulled as hard as I possibly could. Yes, do it! Slowly the cart started moving, and after a few seconds it was freed from the perilous clutches of the muddy puddle. With a dull thud, the dragon sat the cart down again before he flopped on the ground, exhausted. Hey, we did it. Yeah, good job. You want me to call you some help? No. Just need some rest. And maybe some ice cream. Yes, I'll have some ice cream. And I'll be better in no time. That must be some pretty good ice cream. Oh, you have no idea. You must have already heard people talking about my wonderful, unique ice cream experience. Actually, not really. Where are my manners? I haven't even properly thanked you yet. It's no problem. No, I insist. I won't be indebted to you for helping me. What are you planning? You are hereby invited to join me for ice cream. As an ambassador, you owe it to yourself and humanity to try it. Maybe I do. Well, I must get going for now. Here is my number. I'll get you that ice cream some other time. Are you doing the voices, Prince? Yeah, I'm doing all the voices. You helped Karasharu. Yeah, there's no dialogue in this game. It's just you just read it. So I'm just reading it off, doing my own my own voice impressions. Before deciding my next move, I returned to my apartment for a moment of rest. A small piece of paper had been slipped under my door while I was gone. "Don't go to the portal," was all it said. I considered the possibility of a hidden message, but that was unlikely. The statement was blunt and quickly scrawled. Someone clearly didn't want me to go to the portal, but why would I go there in the first place? As it was out of order right now, such an action would serve no purpose. I looked outside the window at the portal's faint silhouette in the distance. The paper rustled between my fingers as I fidgeted with it, wondering about the message's sender and significance. My train of thought was violently interrupted by a sharp burst of gunfire echoing from the portal. I had to think fast. The gunshots ensured Raz's involvement. He was at the portal. The question was, why? If this was his first attempt to flee back to the human world, he would receive a rather unpleasant surprise the moment he would try to use the portal. Or maybe Sebastian's theory was correct, and Raza held the part needed to repair the portal, in which case his escape could be imminent. The gunshots themselves were another question. Was someone trying to stop him? The police patrol may have seen him, and he may have been taken by surprise. This could be another murder in progress. But all of his murders were committed with a sharp weapon before now, not a gun. He didn't want to be heard. Besides, it was only early evening, and the town was still bustling. If Raza wanted to stay hidden, he was doing a rather poor job at it. Of course, there was also the possibility that he wanted to be heard. But who would he attract it to? The police? Maverick? It could easily be a trap for those hunting him, and that technically included me, though I wasn't sure if he knew of my involvement in the investigation. It was also a very real possibility that he knew my apartment was close enough to the portal to hear a gunshot. Would it be a signal for me? Regardless, the words I held in my hands were unmistakable. Don't go to the portal. What should I do? Okay, well, if we're not supposed to go to the portal, let's call the police. Ultimately, I trusted the mysterious message. Remy's list of phone numbers, given to me when he brought me to this apartment in the first place, proved to be a valuable tool. I dialed the emergency line and was greeted by a calm voice asking me about my emergency. The gravity of the situation was understood, and I was advised to stay inside until further notice. A team was dispatched to deal with the situation while I waited. From my window, I tried to catch a glimpse of what was going on at the portal, but I couldn't see much. The dark of night was fast approaching. Plus, I didn't want to go to the portal because then they might think that I was somehow involved if somebody catches me out there. So, I figured that was probably the smartest move to do. But an hour later, I was informed that the team had searched the perimeter, though no trace of Raza was found. I was given the go-ahead to continue with my investigation, but I was free to stay where I was if I felt unsafe. I've got some more time. What should I do? We can either stay in here and wait it out, visit the store. So we've already been to the police archives. What about the production facility? Haven't been there tonight yet. It's now pretty late at night here, too. Hey, Prince. Lorem, right? Yup. Did you get a chance to think about what I told you last time? Don't worry, I didn't lose your number. They keep me pretty busy, so I don't really have much free time. Well, if anything changes, give me a call. I will. I gotta go now, so take care. You too. It should be the right place. Oh, it's you. I'm a little busy, so I'm not sure if I should take any visitors at the moment. I have a few questions about the murder of your colleague. Is that so? Why do you get to go around asking questions like that? Is it a matter of human interest? Actually, yes, you could say so. Interesting. What's in it for me? Hey, I already agreed to your test. I'm not sure what else I could offer you. Besides, I'm working with the police, so your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. Oh, you're working for our police? Now you really have my attention. I want to see where you're going with this, so by all means, go ahead. Alright. What happened the last time you saw him alive? Can you tell me what happened when you found him? What was your relationship to him? He seemed very calm for someone whose colleague was just murdered. Yeah, you know, she does seem kind of calm about the whole thing. You know, like, hey, I want to question you. I want to question you about your colleague that was just murdered. People die every day. It's a simple fact. Oh my god, Gamester, you need to stop inviting me while I'm streaming shit, man. Same with eyes, man. Come on, man. Get this fucking shit off my screen. People die every day. It's a simple fact of life. Besides, I don't see you crying about him either. But, well, he was your colleague. I didn't know him. I didn't know him that well, so it's not like someone I actually cared about died. The world stopped spinning for no one. Life goes on, and for me, that means being without an assistant for a while. Okay, fair enough. Well, what happened the last time you saw him alive? I saw him yesterday evening. There were some tests I needed to run overnight, so instead of staying late to set them up, I had Damien, that's the name. I had Damien do it. That's what colleagues are for, right? Alright, well, tell me what happened when you found him. I might have left early yesterday, but I made up for it by coming in early today, before anyone else. That's why I was the one to find him. I was on my way to my office when I saw him laying in the middle of the hallway in a puddle of his own blood. Well, I already know the relationship to him, just a colleague. Alright, well, that'll be all. Time to head back. So, she didn't really have anything interesting to say, honestly. Phew, it's getting late. I better head to the police station now. Do I have everything? Alright, let's see what Sebastian will say to this. There you are, Prince. It seems to me you're taking a liking to Bruce's chair. Maybe I could get... Oh, that's him still. Who's Gamesta? That's one of my buddies on here. It's an Xbox Live friend of mine. He's got a YouTube channel on YouTube. It's just called Gamesta. Gamester, the Return of Toxicity. Me and him have talked. He's if you go on my vlog channel, you'll see my little podcast called The Real Gamers Podcast. Me and him talk on there for a few hours. But anyway, so Sebastian says, maybe I could get used to this. Don't tell Bryce though. By the way, good job calling the police when you heard Raza. It's too bad he got away again, but maybe a witness will come forward and we'll find out what happened. Now, let's take a look at what you got for me. This isn't much information to go on, but who knows when it could come in handy. I do what I can. I know, and your help is greatly appreciated, believe me. Especially since we're so short on staff right now. That will be all for today. I'll contact you if you need anything. Of course. See you next time. See ya. Yeah, he mostly does, like, drama content, honestly. Or sometimes he'll shit on, like, games or stuff. Games that he thinks is shit. He's not a fan of this modern gaming era. Alright, finally, a free day. What should I do? Alright, so we can learn more about these characters. So we can meet with that ice cream dude. Meet with Adine, or Bryce, or Lorem, Anna, Remy. We still haven't really explored any of these characters hardly at all. Well, I want my damn ice cream. Let's meet with the old man again. There you are. I wasn't sure if I was going to find you from the description you gave me. Oh, that was me talking. Whoops. Well, this corner is where I do business. You could have asked anyone and they would have told you where to find me. I see. Now, what would you like for your ice cream? Well, what do you have to offer? What I have to offer? Well, as for the main dish, I have ice cream, galito, frozen yogurt, frozen custard, soft serve, sorbet, sandwiches, popsicles, meringue, sherbet, cold taffy, snow cones, all kinds of shit. For sides, I could offer you waffles, sticks, pretzels, cups, wafer cones, cake cones, sugar cones, chocolate-coated cones, double cones, or vanilla cones. There's a lot of variety you have there. And I haven't even started about the toppings. Oh, the toppings. Now you know why I have to keep dragging this big cart everywhere. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but we're closed. You don't look closed. But here we are. I really want to buy an ice cream, though. Please, it's really hot, and I'll pay you twice as much. Sorry, we're closed. Can you at least tell me when you're going to open? When I feel like it. Now, off you go. But... Shiro waved a claw dismissively. Off you go. Sheesh, whatever. I'll just go and jump into a lake or something. Why did you come here when we're closed? Gotta take a drink of my tea. It's a hard voice to do for him. This is just my spot. Has been for a long time. I'll open for those pesky customers later. But right now I have a guest to entertain. I see. How long have you been doing this? I've been in this business for over 40 years now. Oh, wow. You see, I'm this town's only real ice cream vendor. Sure, you could just go into a store and buy any pre-made ice cream nowadays, but it's just not the same. My customers know that. They love my ice cream. Of course, I don't just sell it. I also do ice cream parties and catering. Ice cream parties? Only for very special occasions. Townsfolk must really like your ice cream then. Oh yes, business has been wonderful for decades. Lately though, everything just seems to be going down. Why is that? Every day, less customers find their way to me. If I don't sell everything, things start to spoil and I have to throw them away. I never had to do that before. If it keeps going like this for much longer, I might have to face the reality of bankruptcy. I was planning to retire in a few years, but I can't, not like this. It wouldn't be nearly as bad if I hadn't also lost all my savings recently. Oh no, what happened? Well, I happen to be an avid player of a game called Mojang, and just so it happens, sometimes people play it for money too. You lost all your life savings by gambling? That's the funny thing about gambling. Sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you win big and sometimes you lose all your savings. That's just how it goes. I see. How did you decide to become an ice cream vendor anyway? I have quite a history, human, so I hope you're prepared. Well, I am an ambassador, so if you have a story to tell, I'll listen. As you wish. I have very fond memories of my childhood. When I was little, we had a confectioner in town who offered all kinds of specialties, from cookies and sweets to cakes and chocolates. The owner was a kind old dragoness who made everything that was sold in her shop with her own 2 claws. Her confectionery was always very good, but it was her ice cream that was truly exceptional. Even as a small child, I could always taste the difference, even when my peers didn't care and proclaimed one ice cream as good as the next. As I grew up, I came to a fundamental understanding about people. There are those who are content with the lowest common denominator, and those, like me, who could appreciate the finer details in expertly crafted things. I talked with her when I heard of her plans to retire, to see if someone else was to continue running the shop, or if she had taken in an apprentice, but to my utter dismay, I learned that she was not the case. You see, she was the kind of humble person who didn't think of herself or her wares as special in any way, so she never felt the need to preserve them. I realized that without my intervention, her art would be forever lost. I begged and pleaded with her not to let this happen, but she insisted that I had vastly overestimated her skill. It was not until I ran out and brought her some from the store, bought pulp they dared to call ice cream, that she gave in and agreed to help me. As a creator, she of course had never felt the need to buy some for herself when she could just make her own, and after only eating her own wonderful ice cream for all these years, it had just become ordinary for her. She had never realized how exceptional it truly was. Even though she was already at retirement age at the time, she took me in as an apprentice to teach me the fine art of confectionery. I was her student for a few years and learned the basics of many different recipes, but unfortunately, she passed away before I could learn the secrets to a particular blend of ice cream. For the next couple of years, I traveled from city to city, trying to find her relatives or confectionaries of a similar caliber in order to find the last ingredients of her recipe. Going from one disappointment to the next, I finally tracked down a distant nephew who remembered her from his own childhood. Even back then,
Her ice cream had apparently been very popular in the family. He was very happy to hear that she was able to fulfill her dream of owning her own confectionery. However, after he told me that the recipe was the confectionary's own and that she had never divulged it to anyone else, I had to realize that this was a secret she had apparently taken with her to the grave. Nowadays, people tell me that I have surpassed her. What they don't know is that all the different recipes I use, all the varieties I offer, came to be when I tried to recreate her recipe. I never succeeded. Just look at the number of different ice creams I sell. People tell me how impressive that is and how they are all wonderful. They think it makes me better than her, but she only ever sold a single flavor, a single variety. She never needed anything else because that one flavor was perfect. I can only ascribe my own success to what I learned from her. Of course, this corner is not the only place where I sell the ice cream. I also have my spots in the surrounding villages, but even out there I can slowly see the influence of the cities taking over. The trouble is, nowadays people just don't appreciate the art anymore. They only care that they can eat, and not about what they eat. They are too quick to settle for what they can get from the local supermarkets. Ugly, mass-manufactured pulp. Gah! You know, some of these complaints have approached me before. They wanted to buy my recipes, but I won't let them ruin what I have by making it cheap and easy to produce like the stuff they sell. My ice cream is only what it is because I still make it myself with my own two hands. This is the way it has been and how it's always going to be.
You mentioned you were planning to retire in a few years. What's going to happen then? Do you have any students who will take over the business afterwards? The dragon gave a big sigh.
I wish. I've had a few students who wanted to learn the art, but they all gave up sooner or later.
Why is that?
I may be very forgiving, but the recipes aren't. Some steps require manual labor, and people don't expect the harsh conditions that come with the job. Many apply only because they know how successful I am or how much I sell on a hot day, but they don't see all the work that goes on behind the scenes. I see the same influence of the cities corrupting the youth of today. They are lazy and seek instant gratification, wanting to make the recipes easier and cut corners, but I won't stand to compromise on quality. If there is no one willing to learn, appreciate, and preserve the art, it will tell me there is no desire for my ice cream in this world anymore. Let them have their cheap stuff if that's all they want. I'd rather take my recipes to the grave than let the big companies have them. I have a grandson who may be my last hope. Unlike others, he was always interested not only in eating my ice cream, but also in learning what it took to make it. In a year or two, he will be old enough to become my apprentice if he so desires. I am not sure if his interests will still be present. If it is, I don't know if he will be able to brave the hardships that come with it, but I have hope. However, that is talk for the future. I have much more pressing problems right now.
Like what?
You see, this area used to be the popular spot for people to meet each other, but ever since Tasso Park opened, it's not worth it to come to my corner anymore. The store is closer now.
Maybe you shouldn't count on the people seeking you out. You should try coming to the people instead. That's what a cart is usually for, right? Have you tried moving it somewhere else?
Moving?
Well, that's what the wheels are for, right?
But this has been my spot for the last 40 years. It's always worked out great for me.
Considering it's not working out so great right now, maybe it's time for a change. The dragon raised a claw to his chin, his expression telling me that he was deep in thought.
I guess I don't really have anything to lose at this point. What do you propose?
You just saved me $6? What makes you say that, Dark?
I'm not sure how I let you convince me to come here when this is the place that stole all my customers from me.
I don't think that's the right way to look at it. The world is ever changing and you can't stop that. You have to find ways to deal with it or else you'll be left behind in the past. It's too easy to just blame the change and be done with it. You shouldn't really be so quick to give up, you know?
But all my customers know that the other corner is my spot. How are they going to find me here?
I think the people who will buy ice cream will spread the word.
You think so?
It's summer. I'm sure there are tons of people around who'd like to buy an ice cream right now.
Well, if you think you can sell ice cream better than me, then please go right ahead.
What do you usually do?
What do you mean?
Well, what's your usual sales tactic?
I don't need to do anything special. People always used to come to me. During my best times, they'd wait for my arrival in lines and I'd be sold out in minutes.
I see. That may have worked before, but these times call for different measures, I think. We set up the cart at one of the busier corners. Once it was ready, we only needed to get the word out. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream by the one and only Katsaru, here in Tetsu Park. Get some while supplies last. Didn't take much longer. It didn't take much to make the people in the vicinity take notice. The first customers arrived quickly. Of course, everyone recognized Katsaru and loved his ice cream, but they also commended him on his new location. Others, however, were attracted by me, the human that was generally under police protection, openly selling ice cream, gave people plenty of excuses to come over for a short chat. Soon people were flocking to the carts, as word got around of the human selling Katsaru's legendary ice cream in Tetsu Park. Could I get one of these, please?
Of course! One ice cream for my favorite art student.
How did you know?
I've seen you around. Besides, your accessories kind of gave it away.
Oh, okay.
I need some ice. My colleagues are dehydrated from working in the heat. How many cups would you like?
Let's make it 10.
Alright, here you go. 10 cups plus 1 extra, just for you.
Thank you, I'll make it count. Business was booming, but it wasn't until a certain person showed up that things were about to get serious.
Well, this is interesting.
Minister,
what do you think you're doing here?
well, what does it look like?
It looks like you're selling ice cream, and since I personally know Katsaru, I know that it's exquisite ice cream at that.
Not a bad guess.
I don't want to tell you what to do, but if the trade commissioner finds out about this, I won't hear the end of it. He'll probably be blathering about unfair competition and abuse of your status. I wouldn't mind his complaints, you know, but since I am in charge of your visit, it's all going to come back to me, and he's going to want an explanation.
I just wanted to help Katsaru, that's all.
Help him? Is he in trouble? Alas, the human speaks the truth. Ever since the opening of Tasao Park, my business has been plagued by drought and become forsaken like a desert. Well, it's not hard to see why, when you kept staying at your old spot on the other side of town. It was Prince's idea to come here.
And it was a good one. You don't look like you're having much trouble here at all, my friend.
Yes, I will have to admit defeat on that front, but in hindsight, all successful ideas look like good ones.
My friend, how come you never told me about any of this? I could have arranged something for you.
I was sure you had more troubling issues yourself than taking care of a businessman who should be able to take care of himself. Well, I won't stand for this town's only ice cream vendor going out of business. With this new location, I don't think you'll have any more trouble. But in order to resolve this little situation right here, right now, I think I'll have to go with a different solution. You want to sell some ice cream, Prince? Then I'll just have to buy the rest of your inventory. Minister must be very hungry then, or very hot, maybe both. I'm sure the other employees in my building will appreciate a little something to combat the heat. Would you mind if I borrowed the cart for a while? Otherwise, I'm not sure how I'd go about transporting it all safely. Not at all. Just let me know when I can retrieve it. Of course.
Well, that was interesting.
This could have hardly turned out better for me. I can already feel the excitement of my glory days returning to these old bones of mine.
Sounded like you two knew each other.
Indeed. I have served her ice cream since the beginning of my career.
Talk about a long-time customer.
And a good one, too. I know she not only has enjoyed my ice cream out of tradition or necessity, but also due to an appreciation of the finer arts. She is a connoisseur, like me.
And she brought the whole inventory.
Yes, but don't just see her as a big spender. She's a true patron of the arts.
Do you like her?
How dare you say something like that about her? She's a muse, an inspiration. Her lifestyle embodies the philosophy of my art. And you ask if I like her?
See how it is.
Anyway, I guess I should be thanking you for the help, again.
There's no need for that.
I'd offer you some more ice cream, but I'm afraid we're all out for the day.
Actually, I didn't even have one earlier.
What?
Yeah, that customer you didn't want to serve interrupted us, and now Amira took the rest with her.
Oh, you're right. What a great shame. You sold all my stock, yet you didn't get a chance to indulge in the luxury yourself.
It's no big deal.
You know, you could come by next time when I'm in town again. Now that you have saved my business, I'd let you eat all the ice cream you want.
Thanks.
Well, maybe not all of it, or else I might go bankrupt again.
He met with Kasaru. Nice. Saved his business. The artisan. Sell some ice cream with Kasaru. Looks like I have some free time today. Okay, we can meet with somebody else for the day. I cannot believe I've been voice acting several different characters for 4 hours now. Wow. It's pretty fun, though. I enjoy acting. So we can meet with Bryce, Lorem, Anna, Remy, or Dean. You know what? We haven't even really met with Lorem yet. He's that little guy, right? The little blue dragon. I went to the bar Lorem had suggested as our meeting place. When I looked around, I saw Bryce sitting at a table, talking to someone I couldn't see. I lingered on him for a second, but soon spotted Lorem at the corner of my eye. Yep, it's the little blue dragon.
There you are!
Hey, Lorem.
It's good to see you. I thought you might not show up.
Am I late? Well, I'm here now. I almost didn't. Why am I late?
Not at all. I got here early.
I'm kind of surprised you wanted to meet me here. Don't take this the wrong way, but are you even old enough to drink?
What are you talking about? Oh, I see. I can assure you I'm a fully grown adult. My species doesn't get much bigger than this. Speaking of which, are you fully grown yet? How big do humans usually get, and how do you stack up, comparatively speaking? Oh, and would you mind if I took some notes?
Before we get to that, you haven't even told me yet what exactly all this is for. Are you sure you're not a reporter?
If I was, Sebastian wouldn't have let me meet you in the first place.
And I thought the uniform was just a clever disguise.
It's real though. Sebastian knows I work for the local post office.
Excuse me, but this still doesn't really tell me anything about why I'm here. You're a postman who wants to interview me for what exactly?
Sorry, I guess I got ahead of myself here. Maybe a full introduction is in order, and after that, you can still decide whether you want to go through with this or not.
Alright, sounds good to me.
I recently graduated college with a degree in computing and moved in here with a good friend of mine. This town doesn't exactly offer the best opportunities to put my degree to good use, though.
Then why move here in the first place?
Well, living in the city can be very expensive. I can always move later when I get a job there. I've got other plans right now, though. I'm working on a video game.
That's what this is all about, a video game? Oh, you said this was going to be about something serious. A video game? Sounds interesting.
Exactly! Video games and computers are just starting to catch on in places like this town. Making good content will be very important to give a good first impression. And humans have always been part of our media. Books, movies, and now games. With you on our side, this could be an amazing opportunity.
Well...
Oh, maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
Why?
I don't know. You don't seem so enthralled about doing this anymore. Besides, your job must be really stressful and you're probably already in the spotlight all the time. And now to top it all off, you got some postman harassing you for an interview. If you wanted to leave, I'd get that.
No, I'll stay. Well, I'm already here and have nothing else to do, so let's make the most of this.
Yes, thank you.
At least I won't have to be so careful now. With a reporter, I'd have to worry about things being misinterpreted or being taken out of context.
You should still be careful. What you tell me now will influence your entire species will be represented in my game. Don't worry though, I'll treat this delicate matter with the required finesse. Don't get ahead of yourself, we haven't even started yet, I'm sure of it, or I'll just say okay. How should we do this? Let me think. Why do you want to make this game in the first place? Well, I've always wanted to make a video game. I've had this idea for a while, and it seems now is the right time to do it. It's almost as if you arrived at the perfect moment. I don't know, don't you think my visit will overshadow your efforts? People may not be so interested in playing a game about humans anymore if they had a real one show up. Well, good point, but the vast majority won't get to meet you personally anyway. If I say I did and modeled the humans in the game after you, people will flock to it and get a similar experience. Does this mean I'm going to be your game's mascot? So now I'm part of your viral marketing campaign. Great. As long as it's based on the truth, you have my support. So I'm the game's mascot? I guess you could say so. Okay, but why focus on humans? Oh, that's me, sorry. Okay, but why focus on humans? What makes us so important? Well, if there's one thing that people here love, it's humans. It doesn't matter if they just see them in the media or believe in them as mythical creatures. For me, humans were always real. I just didn't know whether I'd ever get a chance to meet one myself. I guess I can cross that one off the bucket list. Now that we're here, I can tell you that no expense will be spared to make our portrayal of humans as accurate as possible. You certainly seem passionate enough about this. Those are some real messed up priorities, damn, that's cold. Or I'm with you on this. Alright, you certainly seem passionate. For good reason, I just love humans. If you say it like that, it actually ends up sounding pretty weird. Besides, what if I turn out to be a horrible person? What would you think about humans then? It wouldn't change anything, because I wouldn't base my opinions off an opinion of an entire species on interactions with a single individual. Then what is your current opinion of us based on? Just the myths we have and the previous portrayals of humans in our media, but I suppose that's why I'm here talking with you right now. I want the truth, and all of it. Telling you all of it might not be such a good idea. Oh yeah, I guess that would take a lot more time than we have today. Anyway, what's the actual game about? What do you do? It's a community simulation game. It all starts with the player character moving into a procedurally generated community, which is inhabited by all kinds of mythical creatures, humans included. Mythical creatures like humans? Not only are the towns you move into unique, but the inhabitants are too. There are a variety of traits that get randomized, both in looks and personality. There are many things you can do, but it's very open-ended, and you can live your life there however you want to. Sounds interesting. I'm gonna say that sounds interesting. Oh, it is! At least, I hope others feel the same way about it. What other mythical creatures are there besides humans? Well, I haven't worked that out yet, but humans alone give us a lot of material to work with. How so? The question of the mythical human can be tackled in a variety of ways. There are many different interpretations of what humans are like. For example, well, in general, the mythical human can be divided into three categories. Firstly, the human as a physical creature. Secondly, the human as a non-physical entity. And thirdly, the human as a spiritual being. Let's start with the physical aspects. Sure, since one of our myths tell us that the human who created us eventually turned into a dragon, there's a lot of room for interpretation as to how similar humans actually are to dragons. I can see you don't have wings, but most of us are able to create fire in some way, or at least have a breath weapon. How about you? I don't have a breath weapon, unless you count my morning breath. I can rub two sticks together to make fire, does that count? Of course, I can also move things with my mind. We're gonna go with I can rub two sticks together to make fire, does that count? Well, not really. Having hands that are dexterous enough to do that is remarkable, though. It is a bit strange, though, because our myths also say that you gave that ability to us. Interesting. Maybe it's meant to be taken literally, meaning that when that ability was given to us, you lost it. Or maybe we never had it in the first place. Humans are known to have created a lot of things out of nothing. After all, we only needed to discover how to create and use fire, because we didn't have a natural ability to do so. We have a proverb that sums this up pretty well. What is it? Necessity is the mother of invention. So a lack of natural abilities drove innovation forward. What an interesting thought. Here's another thing. You may have many different images of humans, but in the end, only one can be right. It's also possible that what you've been led to believe about humans doesn't actually refer to us at all. Are you implying that you aren't human? No, I'm just saying that if you really had been in contact with humans before, as your myths imply, they would need to belong to the same species as me, and thus be very similar to myself. If they aren't, then either they weren't humans at all, or have very different origins. So, you say there's a possibility that our humans and your humans may be something different altogether? I suppose you're right in the way that our images of humans are very inconsistent. They certainly can't all be humans in the way that we would refer to as a single species. The name should probably be reserved for yours. And we haven't even touched on the other two categories of humans. What do you call them again? Non-physical human entities and spiritual humans. What's the difference? Well, honestly, the definitions get a bit muddled here. Going by conventional belief, a ghost could be a human who has died and thus changed into a different form. We could call this a spiritual human. An angel, on the other hand, would be classified as a non-physical entity. What do you know about angels? Angels basically look like humans with wings. Their existence in ancient scripts was used to lend some credence to the theories about humans having become dragons. Because of the wings? Exactly. But some of your dragon species don't have wings either. Yes, as I said, once you start delving into that kind of stuff, it all becomes very convoluted. When we met, you also told me something about a four-headed human. That's right, I remember that, he did. Right, with that we'd go into the realm of creatures that just don't make much sense at all. Having four heads just seems unlikely from an evolutionary perspective. That might not really matter if we were talking about a non-physical entity or a spiritual being, though. So in the end, you have a lot of different ideas whose only connection to each other is that you use the word human to describe them in some way. And they share at least some basic characteristics. You fit those as well, by the way. What are they? You certainly are not a reptile like us, but you don't look like a conventional mammal either. We are mammals, though. Yes, but you are so different from other mammals. We know that ultimately, you are quite unique. We don't know any other sentient mammals. Got a point there, I'll give you that. Strangely enough, we have plenty of human-like creatures in our mythologies as well. Oh, do tell! You already mentioned ghosts, but some other ones include dwarves, giants, fairies, and blemies? Never heard of that. I think I've heard of most of these before, but what is a blemus, or blamus, or whatever the fuck? Essentially, a blamus is a human without a head. A human without a head? How does that work? How do they eat? Instead of a head, they just have all their facial features on their chest. That's a rather weird mental image. There are also a lot of half-creatures that share some characteristics with humans and other animals. Like mere humans? Sure. Lastly, there are creatures that are said to be able to shapeshift into human form. Strangely enough, some of our dragon myths said that they could shapeshift into humans or that certain countries' royalties are descended from dragons. That would imply that they are genetically compatible with humans. Yeah, apparently. Sounds rather outlandish if you ask me. We certainly can't shapeshift like that. I suppose that's why they're just myths. Right, to be fair, we do have a lot of myths that seem quite out there as well compared to what you're like. Anyhow, how come you know so much about myths? All part of being an ambassador. Not only did I learn about dragon myths in order to compare them to what you're like, but I also studied myths about creatures that are similar to humans so I could find out how similar they were to yours. Well, you're doing an excellent job so far, and it's bound to help me a lot with my game as well. You're going to put all of that into the game? Let's just say it gives me some excellent material to work with. I thought you wanted to give an accurate portrayal of humans, not just collect myths. One species will certainly be modeled after you, but that doesn't mean we can't introduce some variety with the others. People will love it if we just bring some of the more unusual myths to life. I see. But since we also want each of the normal human characteristics to be unique, I'd like to know how much variety there really is within your species. I've seen Raza before, so comparing him to you already gives me a bit of an idea, but how far do these differences go exactly? When we arrived here, you asked me if I was old enough to drink. That leads me to believe that your average human must be a lot taller.
That's true. You could say Raza would be about average for an adult. Not that it would be impossible to get a good deal bigger than him, or even smaller than you, but those cases are rather rare and usually result in medical conditions.
I see. What about colors? Are there any humans who are blue like me?
Not really. There's a certain spectrum of skin colors that can be lighter or darker, but so far I've seen a lot more variety in the dragons here. We do have quite a number of different eye colors, though.
Interesting.
As for things that aren't immediately visible, we also have different blood types, but I assume you know about that.
We certainly have those as well.
Some people even believe your blood type influences your personality.
That, on the other hand, is news to me.
Anything else you want to know?
Phew, we already got so much. I'll have to think about it, about if and how we can work all this into the game.
Have you worked on any other games before?
I worked on a few small projects during the course of my studies and also learned as a studio before. This is at a completely different level, though.
How so?
Well, it's my game, so I'm the one calling the shots here. It's a very different thing than just making a few graphics when you're part of a bigger team, for sure.
I see. How long exactly have you been working on this?
Phew, must be several months now. I've got everything planned out and a lot of the groundwork has already been done. The most difficult things are the characters themselves, and to make sure all of the details are accurate.
Of course. Have you shown the game to other people yet?
Sure, feedback is very important of the development process, so I regularly gather ideas and opinions from others. I even made a website to do this.
And what did they say?
All kinds of things, really. Sometimes it's hard to decide which ones have a good point and which can be disregarded. Overall, it seems there are many people who are looking forward to playing my game, though.
How many are we talking about?
I don't know exactly. The counter on my website only tracks the number of visits, so I don't actually know how many different people there are.
What if it doesn't work out?
What do you mean?
Well, you're investing a certain amount of time and money into making this game. Ideally, you want to make back your investment and hopefully get some profit on top of that.
If the goal is to make money, sure. However, I just want to try my hand at doing something like this. If some people are going to enjoy the end result, that's great. Don't forget that I'll also have made something that I can put on my resume. At the very least, it'll have been a good learning experience.
With that attitude, I suppose you really don't have anything to lose.
I can always look for another job, and maybe I'll end up working at a game studio. But I think once I've started doing something like that, I might not get this opportunity again.
So it's now or never, huh?
In a nutshell, yeah.
And that all works out with your carrier job?
Sure, I can support myself this way, and I'm not really under any pressure since I don't have any deadlines to keep.
Seems like you know what you're doing. Deadlines are a good way to ensure something gets done. No, I'm going to say he knows what he's doing.
I'd like to think so.
What kind of tools are you using to make it? If I consider what some of your species look like, I'm having a hard time imagining how the bigger ones could program a game.
Well, we do have devices tailored to each individual species. I can't deny that my dexterous hands make it a lot easier to comprehend, or a lot easier compared to some of the others. One downside is that I have to keep my nails short, or else the keyboard gets a bit cumbersome.
I imagine you have to be careful with those while working as a carrier anyway.
You're right about that. One wrong move and you suddenly shredded the letter you were just going to hand to someone.
That sounds unpleasant.
Luckily, that kind of thing doesn't really happen to me anymore. Not only because of the shorter nails, but once you've worked there for a while, you just learn to be more careful. It's a bit sad not to have them as a natural letter opener anymore, though. And it's not just for me. Some people ask me to open the letters for them, since doing that on their own can be difficult for some of the less dexterous or older ones.
Have you been working as a carrier for long?
I just got this job a few months ago, but I had a part-time summer job at the post office when I was growing up. My species is perfectly suited for the job, so they were glad to have me on board.
I can see why.
Of course, being able to fly is a big plus. My size means I can deliver any big packages, but I often get assigned to urgent letters that have to be delivered as soon as possible. It's getting late. Maybe we should leave it at that for today.
Yeah, I should probably head back to my apartment before it gets too dark.
I got more than enough material to work with. Thanks a lot.
Don't worry about it. I'll just consider it a public service.
Honestly, I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity, especially after nearly getting denied by Sebastian when I met you.
Just make the best of it.
I certainly will. I really have to get going now, so maybe I'll see you another time. Sure, have a good night.
Take care. All right. Chapter 4, Superstition. I think that's going to be a good place to leave it off. Wow. Lot to unpack from that. Yeah, I gotta say this is actually a pretty interesting game. Like I said, if you've never heard of it before, it's called Angels with Scaly Wings. It's on Switch, PC, Xbox, PlayStation, so it's on basically everything. So if it at all interests you, definitely check it out. It's only like $10. So check it out if you're interested. And with that being said, you guys have a good night. Catch you later.